Thank you very much. Request all the participants to mute your Mr. Joseph Takemuri, request you to mute your audio device. I have muted you once and you are unmuted. I request you to mute your audio device, please. I'm just completing the technical processes that we have to undergo. I request everyone to stay patient. As we have more than 250 plus participants, we are trying to complete the YouTube live process.
Sir, whether it is certificate course, sir?
Dear participants, this is could you please mute your audio devices? Because all the other participants to mute your audio device. Abilities of certificates, but basically it is not for the certificates, it's basically for the knowledge sharing. Please consider such platforms as a place for sharing the informations and the knowledge.
Technical error line.
Okay. എത്ര പേരുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് വ്യൂവിൽ നോക്കാം. So I'm going to do a Dear participants, we are going to start the international seminar. I request all the participants to mute your audio devices. I request all the participants to mute your audio device. We have some difficulties in live streaming in YouTube. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. And is it audible now? Hello. Very good morning, everyone. Is it audible for you all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So we'll start the process immediately. I request all the participants to mute your audio devices. Request all the participants to mute your audio devices. I request all the participants to mute your audio device, else it will be difficult for us to continue. I request all the participants to mute your audio device and please don't present it between. I request all the participants to mute your audio device and please don't present it between. We will start the process immediately, and we already have our resource persons, the first as well as the second resource persons over here in the Google Meet platform, and a lot of requests are coming, and we were trying with the uh, YouTube live because we had nearly 300 participants, and I mean registered participants, and we don't want to miss any of the participant opportunity. That's why we were trying with the YouTube facility, and we faced some technical problems. So we are really sorry for the inconvenience caused to everyone. Moving to my responsibility, this is Shine Anthony, a Dean of Training and Development of St. Albert's College Autonomous. And today, the international seminar on contemporary analytical discourse of English literature, which was actually scheduled at 9:30 a.m. We are delayed for 45 minutes. I am really sorry for the inconvenience caused to each and everyone. We'll start with the first session. The first session deals with an introduction to the contemporary analytical discourse of the English literature. And we have 6 talks as of now. We have scheduled 6 talks. The first session deals with an introduction to the contemporary analytical discourse of the English literature, followed by talk 2 on creative tactile reading, followed by the session on magic realism and overview, and later at 12 o'clock we will have talk 4, literary Orientalism in British Romantic Poetry, and in the afternoon session, that's from 3 to 5, in talk 5 we will have contemporary Shakespeare, 2 recent Bengali cinematic adaptations, Arshinger and Sulfiker, and the last one will be scheduled at 4 to 5. So request the head in charge of postgraduate department of English, Professor Daisy Roshan Rivera, to share the first session, the introduction to contemporary analytical discourse of English literature. Over to you, Professor Daisy Roshan Rivera.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I am audible to all of you. So I've divided my session into 3 parts. First, I'll discuss about the use of technology in reading. And second, I'll discuss a little about the literary aspects. And third, I'll discuss how to make money out of your English literature knowledge as well as the knowledge of English language. So the first, using technology, I hope all of you are aware, or some of you are not aware, that you can actually read books using audios. Uh, one place where I read is openlibrary.org, wherein you can just go and click the audio button and you can actually set the speed there. I discuss this because today we have another session which is relevant, which will introduce you to another way of reading where it will be totally in a relaxing manner, I guess. So that will be the first session, and I hope you'll be there. And I'll also discuss with you about the use of artificial intelligence. Uh, there's a movie I watched last week featuring Joaquin Phoenix, wherein he actually hires an operating system to do creative writing. So, isn't that interesting? So, not only that, after some time, he knows that he can use this technology where he's introduced a new operating system where that operating system will actually function as a friend. So the artificial intelligence has actually moved to a level which can do creative thinking. He actually hires the artificial intelligence to help them to write romantic letters. I'm stressing on the word romantic because a romantic letter needs a little bit of creative thinking. Uh, so then it comes to a point when he is not able to access his operating system. He's worried and he goes very emotional that he has lost something because after a certain point, the artificial intelligence, the operating system, and the protagonist actually develops a relationship, a mutual relationship where he cannot live without her because it is a her, and we know how much he is traumatized in by his action. But then when he gains back, we can see the relief. So I think we are moving into a technological or digital world where all the digital things are inseparable. As we know, we are already addicted to our WhatsApp and smartphone. So today I actually wanted to say how much we can use digital technology to improve our learning and reading and sometimes even writing. Moving on to the literary aspects, when I stopped with the relationship between the person and the artificial intelligence, I just wanted to ask you a quick question about whether you wondered about the age of Juliet in Romeo and Juliet and the age of the fifth daughter in Pride and Prejudice. So my question is, were the authors just trying to ask us, don't you think these girls are very young to take such a decision of marriage in their life? So, if we do just from the author's point of view, then it becomes a literary biography. So we have to put some social concept. And since in India we have the age as 18 for a marriable age, can we just think about some literature where we can sort of increase the age to 21? This has been a question in my mind all the time. So if we bring out some literature which talks about the advantage of increasing the age through literary writing, I think we can go for a change in the society. We're again talking about society and literature. If we use only the social aspects, if you're doing a Marxist deconstruction, then it would be called an pure ideological superstructure. So that is one word, the literary aspect. So again, so we have to go into a multidisciplinary analysis. So there, we can actually bring in gender-wise. So why are we questioning only about the age of the girl? Why aren't we questioning the age of the other gender involved? So this is just a gender-based study on these two works, and so, what I would say is we have to fashion ourselves according to the changing times. So, we are in a time when we have to change, and that's why I requested you to think about increasing the age to 21 because at 21, the girl or the boy will be educated enough to acquire a job. So this is fashioning according to the times, and all these comes under the essay Renaissance Self-Fashioning by Stephen Greenblatt. You can just read more on it there. And next one, I'll quickly finish because we have the next speaker here, is about how to monetize your English language. Okay, so are you familiar with something called content writing? So if you have a good language and if you're confident, you can actually search for freelance online writing job. So here actually you can put your knowledge in English into writing and at the same time earn money. So if you're doing a research writing, you will be introduced to all types of referencing style. It's just not MLA or APA. There is something called Chicago Turabian. There is an Oxford referencing style. There is an Oxford referencing style with bibliography. So you will be open to a bigger world where you can explore a lot and at the same time make money. So this is about research writing, and then another way of earning money is to uh, do content writing for blogs of companies. So basically, you will be promoting their company through your writing. It may take some time to get into that system of writing in a professional manner, but at the same time, you can just give a start. And this is something some of my students have done, and so they are kind of juggling with two jobs after their PG. Okay, they are also teaching and they have taken up this freelance writing and they earn money. So it's like a backup job and a backup earning method for you. So social media writing includes Facebook. Sometimes you will be managing the Facebook account of celebrities or big companies, or the Instagram account of like a bloggers or celebrities, and you get paid for it. Only thing is you have to put your creative words into it, and then there you go. And for all this, to help you, there are websites like Mashable. And Moz, where you can go and find tools where you can actually schedule all these things and you can be a little more techie in managing all these content. And this is the third aspect I wanted to talk to you all. So I hope you enjoyed the day, acquire a lot of knowledge throughout the day, and thank you for joining the one-day webinar. Thank you. Shine sir, can you please continue?
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Daisy Roshan. Thank you very much for your first session, and we are moving to the second one. The second talk is on creative tactile reading. Dr. Masroor Shahid Hossain, professor in the Department of English, Jahangirnagar University of Bangladesh. Professor? Professor Masroor? Professor Masroor? Professor Masroor?
Yes, Shine.
Yeah, perfect. So on behalf of St. Albert's College Autonomous, Ralph. On behalf of St. Albert's College Autonomous, I request, I heard welcome our beloved professor, Professor Masroor Shahid Hossain, the Department of English, Jahangirnagar University of Bangladesh, to present on creative tactile reading. Over to you, Professor. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Shine. Okay, good morning. I'm from Masroor Shahid Hossain from Jahangirnagar University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. I think I am audible enough? Good enough?
Perfectly, sir. Perfect.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. It's nice to be invited to present this webinar while we all are at home, but we are meeting together. Today, I would like to give a talk on creative tactile reading, and since we are late to almost for 45 minutes, so I would like to shorten the speech so that the other things can be managed. Okay, so when I said creative tactile reading, I understand that for many of us this is a little bit outlandish, a little bit unknown, and this is productive research, and that's the reason I'm taking up this issue. We are familiar with post-structuralism, and we also know, if we summarize it, that post-structuralism has somehow reduced everything into discourse, into the discursive. In response, the critical turn in this century is towards sense and sensations. While affect theory has gained currency, the poetics of the senses assumed renewed significance. In today's series of webinars on contemporary analytical discourse of English literature, therefore, I'd like to focus on sensuous poetics or sensory poetics, that is a committed mechanism of production and interpretation of literature, a mechanism that is premised primarily upon the senses, not representation of senses, rather the actual experience of 5 human senses. It is quite intriguing that today I'm focusing on only one of the 5 senses, touch. I said it is intriguing as we have been passing through one of the most remarkable and excruciating phase of our life, the corona pandemic, and we know that touch has become a crucial factor in this pandemic, in a sense that touch has become a kind of thing that we need to avoid. In today's presentation, I would focus on or concentrate on the importance of touch in literature. Since the title is tactile reading, so the question is reading an abstract activity? It has been debated for long. Derrida's deconstruction or deconstructive dictum that the reader writes the text problematized the abstract act of reading and foreground its materiality, not only in the sense that reading involves materials, but also in the sense that reading has thingness. How come we say that reading involves materials? Reading involves materials in the sense that reading appears on things, for example, plate of inscriptions or book, even bookmark. And in research, we often use the phrase reading materials. Reading also involves materials in the sense that reading involves muscular movement. For example, touching stone inscriptions, grabbing books, shuffling through pages, pressing computer or mobile keys. In the Braille system, a blind or visually challenged person touches the text to read. That's understandable. But reading can have materiality in the sense that reading has thingness. How come reading has thingness? That is the focus of my today's talk. So in today's talk, I would like to explore the materiality, more precisely the tactility or touchability of reading. I would prefer creative tactile reading to avoid confusion, as tactile reading is often used to refer to braille reading, that is, reading mechanism used by the blind, the visually impaired. Now, my talk intends to underscore how contemporary literary texts may engage readers in the very acts of scripting, in the very act of encoding and plotting through touch. And my talk will unfold in 6 phases. Now, the first part of my talk is titled Touch Taboo. What is touch and how much significant is touch in our experience of everyday life and literary reading? Ashley Montagu, a British-American anthropologist, in his 1971 book, Touching the Human Significance of the Skin, contends that touch stands paramount among all the senses. Why? Because skin, the sensory organ of touch, occupies the largest portion of a human body, and human being cannot survive without the physical and behavioral functions performed by the skin. In the words of French psychoanalyst Didier Jou, there is no human being without a virtually complete envelope of skin. If 1/7 of the skin is destroyed, the human dies. Now, skin is different from the 4 other senses in 2 ways. First, skin involves both the outward and the inward of us. Human skin has 2 layers, epidermis, the outer layer, and dermis, the inner layer. Therefore, skin has a two-sided surface that faces inward towards the brain and other organs and outward towards the external world. The second, the human skin is capable of touching and being touched by everything outside the human body. This makes touch different from other four senses. It is, however, then curious that in spite of the paramount significance of touch, that sense of touch is the most ignored, most uncultivated of all the senses, particularly in literature. When does a thing become an object of aesthetics? For Ian Schoenmaker, one of the famous tactilists, whenever any of our senses have to deal with the issues of art, a specific sense, in a specific sense, we need to devoid it from its utilitarian function. Touch, because of our very focus on its utilitarian aspect, is corrupted due to its exploitative utilitarianism. Let us look at our social life where we somehow discourage touch. There are strong touch taboos that is not to touch with their discursive underpinning. For example, gendering. We are familiar with the dictum, don't touch the opposite gender, a dictum that grounds touch on sensuality alone. Such sexualizing of the touch generates even homophobic dictums like don't touch the same gender or same-sex friend because someone might call you homosexual. Touch also involves hierarchies. For example, how you touch an elderly person. Do you grab their shoulders or do you touch their feet or do you touch at all? This practice signifies socio-cultural context. It has also religio-cultural significance. For example, will a Muslim woman shake hand of an unknown Muslim man? Touch taboo also works in our personal spheres. For example, you may not be allowed to touch yourself, even in secrecy. For example, masturbation can be considered a sin or a crime. But probably the most extreme form of hegemonic haptic communication is untouchability, reminding us of the untouchables of the Achyuts in India. High Earth also developed uses untouchability. For example, the don't touch tags. We find don't touch tags in almost any art and archaeological museum and exhibits. So Jan Schoenmaker, in his book, Touching and Imagining Contents, that art ignores touch. Literature too. Literature images touch, but we call tactile imagery. Films visualize touch, but touch with its sensoriness is rarely catered to, is rarely used in aesthetic ventures in literature. If we look at literature, why is touch not usually catered to in literary ventures? Literature, which we often consider as something written with some acoustic dimension, so literature involves acoustic and visual dimensions. Therefore, the three other senses like gustation or taste, olfaction or smell, and somatosensation or touch are invoked only through corresponding images. There are gustatory images, there are olfactory images, there are tactile images. But since literary writings chiefly involve writing and rely mostly entirely on words, sometimes printed visuals, literatures have little to do with the actual touch. Now, if we move to literary criticism has a proclaimed pursuit, and it is to delve deep into a text, to fish meanings. Now, this approach renders the surface superficial. That is, the surface is considered as only a medium for an in-depth study. Such focus lets us overlook skin, the surface of the body. In her intriguing thesis, Tactile Poetics, Sarah Jackson therefore contends the skin is quite literally on the edge and has for centuries been marginalized in literature. Now, this will take me to the discussion of tactile reading or tactile literature. But before I move to tactile literature, it is important to focus on tactile art that paved the way for tactile literature in the 20th century. So the second short section is towards touchability, which focuses on tactile art, art that involves touch. While educated and corporate societies systematically discourage touch, there are art movements that attempt to resurrect touch from mere utilitarianism to aesthetic experience. These art movements intended to include tactile elements in art. That is, art involves not only seeing, but also touching the art piece for fuller communication. Therefore, it minimizes the importance of seeing and highlights the importance of touch in experiencing a work of art. Today, I will briefly survey 5 such movements. And Shine, are you there? Shine? Okay. So there are 5 such movements. Hello, Shine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Please.
fine. Okay. So the first movement is Dadaism. That is, tactile art was born in Dadaism. Shine, you can use image 1. Edith Clifford Williams, an American Dadaist, is arguably the first tactilist, as her 1915 sculpture, Plaster for Touching, was the first object, the first textile art which is designed for direct tactile contact with the perceiver. Shine, are you able to show the image?
Just 1 second, sir.
Okay. Yes, so this is that tactile image, the tactile sculpture actually, that used to, that is the appreciation of the sculpture happens by touching it. With every touch, the sculpture changes its shape and it gives a sensation. Now, the second is futurism. Filippo Tommaso Martini Marinetti, an Italian futurist, is arguably the first theoretician of tactile art. Just a minute. Okay. He insisted that tactilism, that is the art of touch, can repair the insensitivity of the overused skin and can thus help individuals attain true sincerity. This renewed intensification of tactual contact and consequent reduction of distancing can offer people living joy, feeling love and friendship. When I'm talking of contact and distancing, understand that it reminds us of Corona and all its injunctions. I will end my talk with reference to Corona and the reconfiguration of touch during the Corona pandemic. So after Dadaism and Futurism, let us focus on Poetism. Poetism is another art movement that foregrounds touch. Karel Tyga, a Czech avant-garde artist, wrote the second manifesto of Poetism. For him, Poetism is a hybrid phenomenon that seeks for the poetry to synthesize and cultivate all senses. So Poetism tried the possibility of poetry without words by presenting words with all their sensory and physiological alphabets. Somehow this trend was not that much successful. Then came the most successful art movement, that is Surrealism, where we find the politics of tactility. Surrealist tactile objects. Shine, can you show images 3, 4, and 5? We are familiar with Salvador Dali. So Salvador Dali belonged to that surrealist. So surrealist objects have anti-aesthetic functions. That is, the materials act on the deeper levels of our consciousness and thus arouse tactile emotions. For example, this one, this is tactile cinema, where the woman's shivering can be felt by the audience by using a tactile machine. This is Dali's persistence of memory we are familiar with, where tactility is made visible. And this is Merritt Oppenheim's famous phrase, object, where the object is presented differently so that it can generate a sense of touch, a kind of tactility. Now, this takes me to the the fifth art movement, that is contemporary tactility, tactile imagination. Yes, Shine, you can close it. Jan Schoenmaker, an avant-garde Czech artist, has experimented with tactility, that is touchness, to explore how tactile imagination works by invoking tactile memory. When we touch an object as art object, say a brush, when we touch brush as an art object, it activates our touch schemata, that is our touch memory. We have already some sensations regarding brush. Now, touching the brush as an object, as an art object, forces us not only to recall the touch memory, but also to re-experience the same sensation. For Schoenmaker, tactile art recreates tactile sensations in art quite intensely. Now, Shine image 6. Now, what Schoenmaker does is to conceptualize the vibrancy of touch, the vibrancy of things, which are different from other multimodal things. For him, touch can play a major role to revive the general impoverishment of sensibilities in our civilization. Now, this is a tactile art made by Schoenmaker, where the appreciation of art involves not only seeing, but touching. Yes, let's close it. So tactile art addresses touchability and materializes textuality. Now, with this short introduction, I'm moving to the core of my today's presentation, that is tactile reading, tactile literature. Now, what does tactile literature mean? What tactile art demonstrates is that tactility, that is touchness, is operative not only in composition, in writing, but also in consumption, that is in reading. The re-emergence of tactility in the creation and consumption of art in the 20th century soon found its apt body in literature, tactile literature. Tactile literature should not be confused with tactile images or tactile imagery. Tactile literature is a literary genre which is yet to be properly explored. Shine PowerPoint slide 1. Sorry, 2. No, it's 1, yeah. So that may help you understand the points properly. Yes, okay. So tactile literature is a literary genre which is yet to be explored properly. To be precise, we can say that tactile literature is a multimodal genre that necessitates and effectuates touch for effective decoding. Tactile literature is multimodal as it incorporates the characteristics of symbolic sign and iconic sign, that is typography and visuals, as well as the reference, the thing itself. To summarize, tactile literary texts are objects that are meant to be seen and that are also meant to be touched and manipulated as well. My today's webinar explores the consumptional materiality of literature. Now, tactile literature involves tactile reading. The phrase tactile reading may instantly bring to mind the conventional tactual reading used by the visually challenged. However, what I'm talking about now is not necessarily the braille reading. Therefore, I would like to use the phrase creative tactile reading to designate a reading that involves creation and innovation. Let me now isolate two major features of creative tactile reading. Now, PowerPoint 2 slide. Okay. Now there are two. The first feature of creative tactile reading is that it is interactive. You can see a photo. This is a tactile poem. What it is, I will take it up shortly. Now this tactile poem requires a tactile reading. Now this reading is interactive in the sense that it is operative in text that engage touch in the reading process. Unlike traditional tactual reading system, here touch is required, not only to feel the raised alphabets, which refer back to conventional written alphabets. Here touch plays psychosomatic functions in two ways. First, the touch intensifies tactility, as the reader is seduced to seek for connection between the written and the tactile signs. And second, the touch may invoke tactile memory. After all, in John Cage's words, touch has a memory. Creative tactile reading is also inventive. That is, it involves invention. Here, the touch is characteristically different from the one realized through handshake or passionate kissing. Ladislav Novak, a Czech poet, comments that lovers' caressing cannot be considered as the cultivation of the sense of touch, because it has a very narrow register, usually with little invention. Tactile reading invents a return to the fundamental substance of being. It activates tactile schemata, and it mobilizes tactile imagination. Now, there are two kinds of tactile reading that I will briefly summarize in the next part of my talk. That is mobilizing tactility and enforcing tactility. Now the PowerPoint 3. Okay. So regarding the reorganization of structure and materialization of style performed by reader, there are two major types of creative tactile reading. One involves mobilizing tactility. This type of reading is activated by the poems and novels that mobilize touch, that require tactile reading. For example, three-dimensional or tactile poetry. An example is there. The second type of reading is enforcing tactility. This type of reading is activated by the poems and novels that enforce, that is, necessitate tactile reading for fuller comprehension. An example of literature is there in the PowerPoint. Now I will take these two readings separately for a clear understanding, but I will be brief in my discussion. So the first type of tactile reading is reading that mobilizes tactility. For example, tactile poetry. Tactile poetry is a poetic genre that communicates through touch. We have already seen an example. That is, it necessitates the use of touch for a fuller communication. A tactile poem is three-dimensional. It comprises a written text and an ensemble of corresponding things, which are often assemblages. The act of reading relies entirely or mainly on tactuality, incorporating the touch of hands or the use of fingers and evoking tactile feelings by mediation. Regarding the type of tactile reading involved, I would put tactile poetry in three categories: actual poetry, think poetry, and touched poetry. Let us look at slide 4. So the first type of tactile poetry is tactual poetry. Tactual poems are the poems that are not entirely meant for the visually challenged people. Rather, these are poems which are accessible to both the visually challenged and the sighted readers. The first type is inventive Braille poetry. There is an example of that Braille poetry. This inventive Braille poetry incorporates Braille system, and they can be written or tactuated by visually challenged poets. For the visually challenged readers or blind readers, the reading of this poem relies entirely on touching alphabets. For the readers who can see, they willingly suspend the domination of sight and use Braille system to replenish tactility. The second type of tactual poetry is blind touch poetry. There's a picture of an exhibit, you can see. The things at hand is the actual, the blind touch poetry. Inventive Braille poetry includes only raised alphabets. In contrast, blind touch poetry incorporates both a written poem and it is accompanied by relevant things relevant to the poem. So for both for the visually challenged and the sighted people, they make things different. Now, this defamiliarization helps people reconsider their distance from and proximity to the lived reality. The photo here is of a 2009 exhibit titled More Than Words. It was presented in Iowa Department of Blind, and it showcased 8 poems. Curated by Poet Laureate Mary Sonder, in this exhibit, the poets transformed their own poems into works of art so that the poems can be heard, poems can be touched, thus making it more accessible to the visually challenged readers. The second type of tactile poetry is thing poetry, and this is the most interesting kind of tactile poetry. Now we understand that thing poems are those tactile poems that are three-dimensional or thing-centric. That is, reading relies mostly on tactility for proper communication. Jan Schwankmeyer is surely one of the leading poet artists who have ventured tactility in art and literature. But in today's presentation, I'd like to focus on Farhad Fuzuni, a young Iranian poet who has taken tactile poetry to an outstanding level. In Kikobadi's words, Farhad's poetry demonstrates the discovery of new forms of artistic expression and his desire to fully engage his viewers by getting them to touch and feel his words or images. Farhad wants to see what happens if a poem is created in different forms or materials. You are seeing 3 examples of Farhad's poems. Standing right at the boundaries of everything to the point that it would not be easy to categorize his work as literature or graphic design or sculpture, he brings into his poems tactility. The first example is what we may call Bates poetry. This is a series of poems that are made of wood and metal. I will explain that later. The second type of poetry is it's a kind of search poem or search machine. This is an example. This is tight poetry. What happens is that you see that it has a machine and there are some words there. Fine. Now this poem or this poem machine invites readers to perform tactile search. Some words are there that can be seen, but some words or letters are hidden inside the machine. The reader has to search for those words and expressions. And once they find out those words or expressions, the poem will make sense. So this poem requires touch to make sense. The third is a kind of installation poem called Tehran Poetry Taggle, and it is a one-liner. The written version has, "It is raining in Tegel Airport, and I'm waiting for you. Please come back." Written in Persian. The fuller import of the poem happens if we use the visual tactile architecture. Now, let us see these poems clearly so that it gives us better idea. This is the Blade poem. This is that poem, installation poem Tehran, as I showed. Now let me take up this poem. This is that Blades poem, and let me just discuss what it means or how does it communicate. There are two poems here, and you will see that it involves both things and letters. So if we concentrate on the two things that work here, the first is the thingness of the poem. The things that we see here are made of wood and metal. Each poem comprises one or two unknown icons made of sharp blades. In poets' words, these are imaginary, nightmarish entities made of known objects. That is, known objects lead us to something unknown. What is important is that they are blades. So these blades both invite you to touch them, but we are also scared touching these blades, like we are scared of touching carnivorous flowers, as if like touching one's nightmares. But this is not simply sculpture. It also involves a letter that you will see, a Persian letter at the center of the poem. Now this is actually a phonetic alphabet, which in Persian sounds like O, so this poem involves an image of phonetic mark where the letters and words are omitted, only the sounds remain. Now the sound O may look like a scream, and that is without word, it communicates the pain, the fear, and maybe the originary O. This takes me to the third part, kind of tactile poetry, that is the touched poetry. So we were talking of three types of tactile poetry. The first we talked about, that is tactual poetry, then the thing poetry, and the third type is touched poetry. Tactile poems that comprise commonplace and everyday objects directly related to the poet and the reader's tactile sensations. So these poems involve you touch these poems or things and help you understand or reach the speaker, the poet. One type of touched poem are chiefly tactile. These tactile poems may include a live charm, that is the first picture, the first photo. It is a charm and it is considered as a tactile poem. The second type, the second picture, is a poem that incorporates words and elements. And this is the picture of my very own tactile poem, Public Touch, which was published in an Indian magazine called Anikant. Now, for a better understanding, I'm taking you to the picture of the poem. Okay, yes. So if you look at that things, this Public Touch poems involve three things. One is some hairs, some nails, and some shells. A full understanding of the poem requires touch. Now, touching strands of hair and touching nails. What is important is this, that these two are usually abject things, in the sense that they grow through a male body, but which a male body often trims to stay social, that is trimming nail and trimming hair. The poem lands one on the eerie, uncanny effect of touching things that once belonged to a living human being. What is more important is this, that this poem allows readers to read the speaker's words and also allows readers to touch the body, more precisely the intimate parts of the body, and invites readers to experience an uncanny spectral sensation of touching the secret, touching materiality. The signs are known yet bizarre. Apart from trimming it, For example, how often do we think of touching our nails, touching or feeling of the texture of nails? And where are these hair from? From head, from armpit, from chest, from genitals, from eyebrow. Therefore, touching this hair may generate sense of eroticism or sense of yuck. Like a nightmare, what happens in this poem is that unexpected things appear in an unprecedented combination. And it exposes what lies beneath. For example, which memory may the shells invoke? So in this poem, you are invited to touch the things, maybe to find out what lies beneath the things. But you are also scared, maybe disgusted, maybe excited. This takes me to the last part of my presentation, that is the second type of tactile reading. It will be brief. The first type of tactile reading, as I discussed now, is something that involves that mobilizes tactility. But there are tactile literatures that enforce tactility. That is, you have to touch to understand these literatures. These are called literature. That is PowerPoint 7. Literature is literature in the form of a book. It is a trans-genre in literature that integrates text and the material form into a meaningful whole. Literature or a literature book does not contain a literary work. Rather, a literature book is itself the literary work. It is often connected to ergodic literature. Ergodic literature is different from conventional literature in the sense that for conventional literature, the only movement that we require is movement of our eyeballs and some perioding turning of pages. Ergodic literature requires you use your sensations, use touch in many different ways to activate many nuances. We may isolate three major types of literature, and I will quickly browse them: mobile book, network fiction, and interactive digital poetry. Now, the first type of mobile book is, I'm showing you one example. This is called, let me show you. This is a poem, and this is also a book. This is Raymond Quene's 1961 book of verse in French. In English, it's called 100,000 Billion Poems. Outstanding and outrageous. This book actually contains 14 sonnets, but how they are presented, you see. Now, it consists of 14 groups of 10 lines of poetry each. The groups are ordered and the lines are written in such a way that one may select one line from the first group, one line from the third group, the third line from the 11th group, and in this way 14 lines can be selected. Thus, what happens is that these 14 lines read in the order of selection will comprise a sonnet. This is how we can read this sonnet. Since there are 10 options for each of the 14 choices, so there are 10 to the power 14 different sonnets. Ultimately, what happens is that reading these poems do not rely on shuffling pages. Rather, it requires active functioning of hand and our will or whim to organize every piece of page. That is, a reader will make sense, reader will make poems of your own. And since there are 10 to the power 14 options, so we can make 100,000 billion poems out of this one book. And it will take, reading all these poems will take a person 2 million years. It's outrageous. Another exciting tactile book is mobile book, that is composition. I have this book, so I can show it here. This is called composition. This is a book, but this is a book in a box. Let me open the box, and the book is here. Actually, the book consists of a number of pages which are not connected. Each page has one narrative, independent narrative. So what happens is that you can start from this page, you can go to here, and in this way, you can make the story of your own. That is, in every possible combination, this can make sense. So this is a famous book by Max Porter. That is, this is that composition one. Now, very much like the previous sonnet, it consists of 150 loose pages, and each page, as we said, contains a self-contained narrative. So whatever the order be, it makes sense. The third kind of literature is poemobile. It was composed by Brazilian author Augusto de Campos. Showing it would be enough. So these are 12 poems. So to understand this poem, you have to combine or manipulate these things so that they can make different sense, different word combination will come out. Now this is mobile book. Now let me conclude with the other two options. The second type of mobile book is, second type of literature is network fiction. You can read it online. It is called The Jew's Daughter. And in this on network fiction, it is an interactive, non-linear, multivalent narrative. There is a story space that is unstable, but nonetheless remains organically intact. And it is through your choice that you will make the story. And finally, the interactive digital poetry, the touch screen poetry. This is a touchscreen poetry called Strange Rain. This is accessible only through iPhone. Now what happens is that you can make story on your own. By touch, you can make rainfall. By touch, you can make sunshine. Now what you choose defines or dictates the movement of the story. So you can use whisper, or you can use shout, you can use word, or it can go wordless. So the story moves. You can also add people and make them also participate in the story making. And therefore, the ultimate story may be unpredictable. Now, these are the samples that I would like to put under what I call tactile reading. Now, this brings me to the end of my presentation that is on tactile reading. So I would like to close my discussion with the question, so what? That is, so what about this tactile reading or tactile literature? I argue that tactile reading or tactile literature leads us or mobilizes us towards a culture of touch. Tactile reading has the potential for reforming our perception of reading and our practice of reading. To summarize, tactile reading is sensuous, subversive, and political. Tactile reading is sensuous because it enables us to experience touch in its different intensities and exquisite nuances. Tactile reading is subversive and emancipatory because it frees touch from mere utilitarianism. It makes touch aesthetic and resumes a certain primitive connection with the world. And tactile reading is political because a reader's active, authentic participation in structuring a sign, in structuring a story, dismantles monolithic omnipresence of authority. Thus, it provides readers renewed insights into the problematic nature of representation. Among the five senses, touch has a quixotic middle phase, as we said. Vision and hearing are objective. On the other hand, taste and smell are subjective. Touch involves both. Touch is equally objective and equally subjective. Therefore, touch involves projection of a sensation outwardly, outside of us. It also involves perception of a thing subjectively on the skin. So we touch and we are touched. Touch or tactile literature therefore overcomes the opposition of object-subject relation. Therefore, it is pertinent to assume that more informed and more engaged exploration of literary tactility or tactile literature will enable us to employ, experience the tactility of reading. All this may lead to a culture of touch, that is a culture which attests to and caters to the diversities and pluralities of human senses. It does not mean simply the touchscreen culture. Rather, it means a culture that empowers and cultivates the sensitivity and sensuousness of touch. Let me close the discussion by referring to the corona pandemic, because during this corona pandemic, it is touch that becomes the most dangerous thing. We are asked to avoid touch and to maintain social distancing. On the one hand, this corona situation has forced us to re-explore the meaning and practice of touch, how touch can contaminate. But it also highlights the sheer power of touch to communicate. Thus, on the other hand, the sheer lack of touchability has enabled us to understand the necessity of touch, the necessity of sensuous communication. So, quipping at Hamlet's "to be or not to be," maybe we may ask, to touch or not to touch? Eva Schoenmeyer had this answer. She said, let's be passionate, yet careful. Tactile reading and tactile literature leads us to this reconfiguration of touch and re-experience of tactility, but with care, particularly in this corona pandemic. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, now it's time for the discussions. As we are short of time, we will take the 5 questions at least. Is that okay? And I could see that there are a lot of messages. There are a lot of messages stating that it's regarding the PowerPoint presentation. I believe that there was some technical problems in presenting the PowerPoints at some point of time. That's what I believe. So don't worry, dear participants. With the permission of the, while I share the certificates, I believe that if the speaker allows, I could share the PowerPoints as well as the images in case if speaker allows me to do. Don't worry.
Yes, the images can be shared with the thing that these are collected from the internet. So with all those copyright things, yeah.
Okay, we don't have any plan to show it again right now, but it will be sent to you. It will be sent to you directly into your mail. Second thing is that there is a failure in connecting with the YouTube live streaming. So we can't access. At present we are not showing that. There is a technical program and we fail to do it. And further, the present 250 participants are there, and we will be going with only with these participants. We had nearly 358 total participants registered for this program. So I am sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to the others, but I assure that the recorded video of the entire sessions will be shared with all the participants, and so that they won't miss the wonderful knowledge sharing things happened here in the webinar room. And now it is time for the discussion. The first 5 questions, in case if you have asked the questions earlier, please repost it right now so that we could, the resource person could answer to that question. I'm really sorry. In case if you have posted already, you could post right now so that we could answer. The resource person could answer your query. Over to you all.
Okay, one question was the title of the book that I showed here. This is called Composition Number 1. This is Composition Number 1, written by Mark Sepota. This is a book that came in box. This can be purchased through Amazon, but you have to choose the visual edition. So it will come this way. There was a question of, I think, tactile literature. Okay, if there's a question regarding what tactile literature is, okay, I think I gave an example of a poem. Maybe the PowerPoint was not shown there. Okay, so to summarize, tactile literature is an object, so that it can be seen, it can be read, it can be touched, and it can be manipulated. For example, with this, as I showed that, this can be manipulated because you can change the order and read it your own way. This is one of the things of tactile poems. Now, sorry, tactile literature. There is a tactile poem that I think I showed, maybe that was not shown. Shine, just, can you possibly show image 10? Or will I show it?
Okay, image 10.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, the question is tactile literature found only in modern era? In a sense, yes. But something like this existed before. Okay, is it clear? Okay, this is a tactile poem that I talked about, Blades Poetry by Farhad Fuzuni, Farhad. If you type, you can Google, you can find it. So this, as I told, that this is a poem. It involves a phonetic sign and also the blades made of metal and wood. So it involves both touch and reading. Yes, tactile poetry to a certain extent existed. Even we can say that William Blake also composed some tactile things, in the sense that those books came as one thing. I mean, they cannot be published, they can be handwritten. So in that sense, tactile literature existed before, but what we call now as tactile literature, that is, focus is on tactility, that is, as far as I know, is modern invention. It particularly started with Dadaism.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
sir.
Yes.
Sir, can you give me some more examples of some more poetry or poets from Indian poetry about tactile poem?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if Indians wrote this type of poetry, because I made I made a presentation of this topic 2 years back. Then I searched for something. I also published a paper in India, but probably India or Asia is not much into it, because it was particularly influenced by Dadaism and Futurism. So it was not probably, I mean, I did not find anything, and therefore I had to make my own poem for publication. So probably there is not there. I'm looking for it, but I have not found there. Someone asked, what is the scope of tactile literature in academics? That is an important question. It may take time, but I will limit my answer in 2 sentences. That studying of literature somehow discourages or discounts the use of senses. I started my presentation with this. That is, it discounts sensation and senses. Now the time has come that we resume senses and sensations and bring them back to the study of literature. So since literature chiefly involves viewing, that is the visual dimension, in some cases acoustic dimension, the other 5 senses, the other 3 senses need to be incorporated in our creation of literature. So someone was asking if Indian literature is there, and also our interpretation of literature. So therefore, tactile literature, very much like the gustatory literature, I've never heard of it, I'm not sure if it exists, but yes, there are also olfactory literature, the literature that smells. I have a book, but okay, I may share it later. So yes, so olfactory and tactile literatures start to emerge, and therefore they may lead us to have a better understanding, a fuller understanding of ourselves, of the senses that we are given, and the senses that we make use of. So I think for academia, it is important both for creation of tactile literature and also interpretation of tactile literature that exists, and also the tactility of literature that exists. Some tactile poems. Yes, I showed it on the PowerPoint. Okay, I'm taking 1 or 2 poems maybe. Shine, can you just show PowerPoint 5?
If possible, sir, can you read them out? At least a few lines.
Yeah, sure. One is Farhad Fuzuni's, I mentioned 3 poems. One is Farhad Fuzuni's Blades Poetry. published, or not published, I should say, installed in 2009-10. The second is his search poem, Tight Poetry, published or presented in 2011. And the third is Tehran Poetry, Tegel. It was installed in Tehran airport in 2012. There are other tactile poems I mentioned. For example, touched poems. You may find them. I mean, of course, you have to find them on the internet because you cannot touch. The only thing touched, the only literature that you can purchase is Composition 1 that is available through Amazon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving us some new area where we can do some research.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So Shine can be.
Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful session. I request Relfin Xavier, the assistant professor in the postgraduate department of English of St. Albert's College Autonomous, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Professor Relfin Xavier.
Okay, Shine sir. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
So it is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English, St. Albert's College Autonomous, and the Albertine Center for Human Resource Development, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Masroor Hossain for his analytical discourse on creative tactile reading, or as he explained in the session, as the art that involves touch. This discourse can undoubtedly be considered as a new dimension with which one can look at literature and literature studies, especially during the time of this pandemic, where the concept of touch itself has become something strange or dangerous. Dr. Masroor, I once again thank you on behalf of everyone gathered here.
Thank you very much.
Professor Shine, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Relfin Xavier, and on behalf of the St. Albert's College in general, the family of St. Albert's College, and on behalf of all the participants who are here, we had some technical hiccups at the beginning, but you made it to a different level, pouring the knowledge to the maximum. I believe that this will be the right and wonderful kickstarter for our program. And I believe that the participants have explored a new area of research where they could do wonderful. On behalf of, yes, Clark, would you like to share something?
Hello?
Please, carry on.
No, nothing. No, he has given us, as it has been already mentioned, that he has provided us a new dimension. And I think in India, we don't have so much of research on this topic. So it is something really very challenging and very interesting for us to go through this. And his lecture has given us a type of one kind of a boost. So I wish to congratulate him, thank him a lot, and the organizing team also.
Thank you very much, Professor Klug. And on behalf of, once again, on behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English, as well as the St. Albert's College, I extend our sincere gratitude towards Professor Masroor Hossain. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Moving further, the next session is the Magic Realism and Overview, the wonderful and perfect topic that we are going to discuss, a fantasy one. I request Professor Daisy Roshan Rivera, the head in charge of the Postgraduate Department of English of St. Albert's College Autonomous, to introduce Professor R. Ranjini Selvarani of Government Arts College Autonomous, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Over to you, Professor Daisy, and led to Professor Ranjini Selvarani. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, it's my privilege to welcome Professor R. Ranjini Selvarani, who has accepted our invite to deliver the next session. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, everyone. And it is really a great pleasure for me that I have been given an opportunity to share my ideas on magic realism in this international webinar. I would like to start with my presentation. So to begin with, magical realism is a wonderful term. It's an oxymoron where we have a blend of magic that spontaneously gets united to realism. So, and that is why the term magic or magical realism has come into existence. And in today's webinar, it is going to be an overview or a bird's eye view of magical realism, how it originated and how it is today and how far it has reached its wings today. And that is going to be a purview of today's webinar. And to begin with magic realism and its origin, it's very essential to talk about Franz Kafka, a German writer who unknowingly published a novella without uh, being aware of what he has written exactly in his novella, which is Metamorphosis, which was published in the year 1915. So, as we know, as we are yet to know what is going to be the exact characteristics and the tenets of magical realism, to begin with, the Metamorphosis by Kafka would be very apt. It would be a preface before getting into the original uh, tenets of magical realism. Franz Kafka wrote Metamorphosis as a novel of 99 pages, in which he speaks about a salesman called Gregor Samsa, a salesman who is the only breadwinner of the family, who has been respected by all the people in his family, who has been loved by everyone naturally as the only son of the family. And because of the stress and the tension and the pressures of his everyday sales activity, one night he falls asleep, and the next morning he gets up to find himself to be transformed into a vermin or a cockroach or any insect for that matter. This exact uh, um, picture would be the best example of what I'm going to explain about magical realism. The existence of magical along with this word realism would be very much apt to explain how the real human being on his bed has been transformed into a cockroach like insect, and which is also very real, that can be perceived, that can be seen by everyone around him, and which is a very ordinary and a mundane happening that is very much in his, that takes place in his bedroom, in his bed, and he is able to perceive it. And the persons around him, like his mother, his father, and everyone in his home, they feel slightly disturbed by looking at his appearance, his behavior in such a way. Some magical happening is there, some fantastic element has been injected into the realistic atmosphere. So this blend that takes place very naturally in an otherwise natural environment, say for example a backyard of the house, or in a kitchen, or in a bedroom, or in any ordinary landscape, if that happens along with a combination of something magical like a miracle happening, like some mysterious thing happening, a fantasy, a fantastical element that has been injected into the scene, is nothing but magic realism. This magic realism term is originally as a term that is related to painting.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, I'm really sorry just to intervene. Dear participants, this is a knowledge sharing session. And end of the day, or at after the each sessions, there will be general instructions. And please don't ask anything which is not related to the sessions in the question box, in the chat box. So you can ask anything which is specifically related with the session to the resource person in the chat box. Or else you could ask anything in between the each sessions so that I could answer it properly. A request. all the participants to pay attention to the knowledge sharing of the resource person. The only object of our seminar is to share the knowledge, not the certificates or not anything else. I request all the participants to pay attention to the resource persons. Further, in case if you want to see the resource person, Ranjini Selvarani ma'am, you have to pin her, Ranjini Selvarani, so that you can see her video feeds. In case if you want to see the PowerPoint of Ranjini Selvarani, you have to pin Ranjini Selvarani within brackets presentation. So this is the general instruction that I would like to give, and please don't ask when will I get certificate in between the session. That is not in any way right for an academic community. I believe that this is a knowledge sharing session where we are supposed to gain knowledge. So at first, the primary objective is to gain the knowledge, and later the other documentation parts will follow. I said the other documentation parts will follow. So there were some technical difficulties at least for nearly 100 plus people to see and to hear the sessions. So for them, we will be sharing the recorded video link to the entire participants, whoever have registered. So request whoever are here in the Google Meet platform, please take this opportunity. Please take this opportunity to gain knowledge. And I'm really sorry that in case if my voice were a little bit hard for you, it was not intentional. But I just want to clear the clarity. I want to clear just one thing, that this is purely academic session, and the main objective of this entire One Day International program is to gain knowledge. Thank you very much, and over to you, resource person Ranjini Selvarani ma'am. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And so magical realism was originally a term that was related to painting. In Germany, there was an art critic, a critic who criticized German painting. His name was Franz Roh. He was the one who first coined the term magical realism to talk about the painting that existed during 1920s. Before 1920s, it was an era when the drawing was totally expressionistic in its texture. Expressionistic in the sense, I would like to show you some pictures after the slide probably. Expressionistic painting was the vogue of 1920s, but soon after it was in 1920 and afterwards, the political and the economic situation in Germany, it was after the First World War, and due to the post-World War effects, the country, the nation Germany faced so many problems politically and economically, and because of which everything got reflected in the art forms like the paintings of the First World War.
Online class.
Hello. So because of which the vacuum that was experienced by the Germans politically and economically, it was reflected in the paintings of Germany, which was termed as post-expressionistic painting. This post-expressionistic painting was the one that made Franz Roh to use the term magical realism to criticize about the art that reflected the post-World War effects. So that was when we come to know this term magical realism. And this is an example of this expressionistic art where every detail of color, the texture, and the polished surface were given importance by the painter. But when we go to this post-expressionistic art, like art by Otto Dix or an art by George Grosz, we find the pictures as grotesque caricatures. These pictures would explain the post effects of World War I and how the military officials lost their limbs, they lost their eyesight, they lost maybe their legs were amputated, and this gets beautifully reflected in their paintings. And not much importance was given to detailing and the way how the texture of the painting should look in a polished or in a refined way. More than expressionism, very least importance was given to how to make the painting attractive. So this made, of course, it was a realistic painting. At the same time, it had involved certain fantastical elements like this grotesque looking caricatures. And here is one another picture that shows about the automatons that were used in 1920s in Germany. And these again are caricatures, and these are fantastical elements that talked about something that happened in reality. These paintings are just few examples to show what made Franz Roh call these paintings as magical realistic. And the second phase started in Central America in 1940. And the critique that was written by Franz Roh was translated into many languages, and of course it was translated into Spanish. And this Spanish edition of Franz Roh's critique on post-expressionistic painting was read by various Central American and South American writers. And one such writer was Alejo Carpentier, who took magical realism into his hands, and he made it marveloso realism. According to him, marveloso realism is a quality that involved French surrealism and realism together, with some elements of historical backup with it. And he called it marvelous realism instead of magical realism, because it had in it certain elements of French surrealism. And the third period began in Latin America. It thrived well in the hands of, we know the father of magical realism is Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who was born in 1914 and he died in 2000. He was born in 1927 and he died in 2014. And he has been given the prestigious honor of Nobel Prize for his 100 Years of Solitude. And this happened in 1950s when magical realism was taken into literature. So far it was taken into painting, it was taken into other art forms, but now in the hands of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, it entered into literature, and then it started spreading internationally. And even now, till today, we have magical realism as creating ripples in whoever reads the text. And this 100 Years of Solitude was written in 1967 by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, which was awarded Nobel Prize in the year 1984. And that is how, though the term started in Germany, in Europe, it traveled all the way to Central America, and it had its roots, we can say, in Latin America to become a boom literature in Latin America by taking the form as magical realism in English. And here again, when we talk about these pictures, once again, we'll get into the pictures, and very soon we get into the main crux of today's lecture. What is magical realism? As I told you, it is a blend of magic and realism. In other words, the magic or the fantastical element is beautifully mixed. It is blended beautifully so that we do not find a difference whether it is a realistic happening or a magical happening. Of course, we can understand that it is a magical happening, but nobody around the magical happening expresses an awe or wonder at what is happening in front of him. Say, for example, in the picture we see here, in the first picture we see a very old man. It's an everyday happening. It's a mundane happening that we come across any old man for that matter. And a huge wing and enormous wings attached to him really makes the difference here. And this is the fantastical element that is attached to the very realistic appearance of an old man. This is the picture or the title that explains a beautiful novella by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. It is called as a very old man with enormous wings. So this is a story about a very old man who had enormous wings, and it happened so that he falls from the heaven into a house of a very poor man, a poor family, and the poor family notices him not with a great wonder or an awe, but they treat him as a piece of magic, of course, but not with so much austerity and not with so much reverence towards this person, because he looked like a piece of an angel, but he was not treated as an angel, but he was treated as a very ordinary person. In fact, he was put up in a cage, he was locked up in a cage, and whoever wants to look at this fantastical element has to be paid. And the lady of the house started collecting money to just have a look at this caged old man with wings. So that is how she becomes very rich, and at one point of time this old man is left without any food, and he grows so feeble and weak that at one point of time he wants to escape the cage, but he wasn't able to do so because of the weakness, and at last he flies with the mustering all the energy that he could collect, and he flies away, and that becomes a story of a very old man with enormous wings. Here we see a magical element is attached to a very realistic appearance, but this magical happening takes place without a sense of awe or wonder being created by the onlookers or anybody around the person. And this narrative fiction is, again, when we look at this, the next picture talks about, it shows a girl with a stone, with a feet of a mirror, glass. We see by a novel by Ali Shah that talks about a girl, her feet is slightly getting into a glass-like substance, and she finds it so difficult to walk. But she is a dancer and she has to dance, and she manages to do so with the glass-like feet, and she gets into having injuries because of that. And it is happening in a very realistic atmosphere, and very soon she happens to feel that her limbs are getting colder every day, and it is getting very stronger every day by the feel that it is getting into a glass-like substance. And this also happens in a very human-like body, and automatically we get into a feeling that how this fantastical element is mixed with this real atmosphere. And Salman Rushdie, an Indian writer, Salman Rushdie, he has also beautifully handled magic realism in his Midnight's Children, and here he comes out with a beautiful definition for magical realism as the commingling of the improbable and the mundane. These pictures will show how this improbable thing happens in a mundane climate. See, this is an example of a bedroom where in Metamorphosis, Gregor Samsa, a salesman, an ordinary salesman, is changed, is transformed, is metamorphosed into a vermin or a bug-like thing, which is so much visible before everyone's eyes. And this magical quality exists in a mundane atmosphere. And this is nothing but the amalgamation or the blend of improbable and the mundane. And what is this term magic in realism means? This magic would include all these extraordinary occurrences like transformation of one's human body, or attachment of anything that is extraordinary in a human body or in a normal existence. Next comes the spiritual or irrational. And when we talk about magical realism, it brings into it lots of religious, mythological, historical, cultural connotations along with it. It is always a package of complexity, we can say, because it is the land from which it is born. Because Latin America, being a country which is known for its complex cultures of Africans, Spanish, Indians, and so many, a potpourri of cultures, the Latin Americans felt it that it would be the right place for this complexity to get manifested in the form of magical realism. So other than Latin Americans, nobody else could express this feeling so authentically. Even if a Westerner could wants to express what magic realism is, his magic cannot go beyond what is something called as mystery, or something like more than a fairy tale. He cannot imagine anything because he has not gone through the effects of being in a complex culture and in complex um, cultural background. So for which the Latin Americans take the pride of calling magical realism as their own brainchild, and they call Latin America as the birthplace of magical realism. It also has political reasons behind it, and we have spiritual reasons also behind it, because in any work for that matter, in mostly Latin American writings of magical realism, we find lots of levitations, lots of miracles happening. And this land being a land of Catholicism, where the people believe in miracles all the time, and they naturally find it a way to express their belief in these writings. And for them, there is no dark line that is found between the past and the present, natural and supernatural. And the line it becomes seamless when they talk about something real and supernatural, something natural and supernatural. It becomes automatically blended when the line gets faded. It easily gets faded, and there is nothing like past and present for them. For them, everything is one. And so that is the reason they keep waving from the past and the present, and the time keeps oscillating from the past and the present. And there is no such thing as a time circle. They keep shifting from one, past and the present, and it is there in magical realism. Maybe this is taken as one of the post-modern shade of magic realism, but when we talk about magic realism as a theory, as a literary theory, it would be called as Western or post-modern magic realism. But when we talk about magic realism as a narrative technique, which is the aim or the objective of this presentation, we are going to deal magic realism as a narrative technique, not as a literary theory, though it has post-modern aspects and post-colonial aspects brimming with it. We are going to talk about just as a narrative technique which is aimed, or which has been beautifully achieved by the Latin American writers. And it is not only with the Latin American writers, this magical realism as a narrative technique thrived well. It was also with the oppressed people. Say, for example, in Toni Morrison, we have this African American oppression that has been expressed, and it was all the oppressive voices that found voice through magical realism. Salman Rushdie used it in order to talk about the post-colonial effects. And again, there comes this word oppression and suppression there. So it is only with the colonized countries magic realism came out successfully. And maybe with Western countries, the Latin American writers say they might not be able to feel that as a colonized people, these oppressed people felt in them. And it is always the Westerners who had the upper hand over them. They could not feel the same suppressed feeling or the colonized effect that they shared among themselves, maybe African American countries, or Indians, or British Muslims, example Salman Rushdie, etc. And here again, appearance of ghosts. Here, to be very specific, when we talk about Henry James's, very many examples can be taken into consideration here. Here, the appearances of ghosts is not delusive. You feel like looking at a ghost and suddenly you realize that it is not. It is not so in a magical realist occurrence. They live among ghosts, they converse with ghosts, and they very well know that the people around, they very well know that they are talking to ghosts. And the appearance of ghosts is something very realistic in an ordinary day-to-day life. Sometimes disappearances also happen, and suddenly we find a person suddenly vanishing away, and the others would be looking at that not with awe and wonder. They just go away after looking at the disappearance, and some other time he comes appears before them as usual. And again, miracles, extraordinary talents and strange atmospheres. When we talk about extraordinary talents, we have the extraordinary sensory organs like the olfactory sense or the sense of taste getting predominant in these writings, and they get manifested through magical realism better. These are the elements like food, like the sense of smell. These are all the manifestations through which magical realism could be felt very beautifully. And this magic in magical realism is not the magic that we find in a magic show. It is not a magical spell that is cast upon a character or a setting or any happening, but it is these things, the previous things which we talked about, like extraordinary occurrences and fantastical elements alone contribute to the term magical and not the term magic as such. And the realism, again, as I said, magical realism is again a political term. We find here realism was a response to romanticism. In Western literature, we find romanticism when it was in its heights. We see romanticism to talk about all beautiful things that existed in nature. Everything, even the grotesque elements, were made to look so beautiful and polished and refined. Whereas when realism came into existence, it was an answer to romanticism, and the writers no more were interested in talking about romanticism to always talk about beautiful things in nature. They always wanted to talk about the stark, naked realities of life also in realism. So as realism, Western realism was an answer or a response to romanticism, so also magical realism is a response to Western realism, we can say. Again, when we talk about realism, realism is nothing but the everyday happening or the mundane elements that take place in our everyday life. That is realism. And this realism is also achieved through this narrative element here and not through any other means. It is just through the narration that the reader is able to feel a realistic atmosphere. In the same time, this narrative element is again useful to make a reader understand that he is again facing a fantastical element, or he is getting described about a magical element in the writing. Magical realism is again not surrealism, because surrealism is a combination of the mind and the imagination. So the psychology and the unreal element. And we find Garcia Marquis talking in one of his conversations. He talks about surrealism runs in our streets, and the reality of Latin America is nothing but surrealism, he says. Surrealism is something that that is considered as a very normal happening in Latin America. But surrealism is considered as the ultimate realism or the utmost realism with Westerners, whereas the Latin Americans say magical realism would be the extreme part of realism for them. Of course, it is realism to the utmost end. In its intensified form is magical realism, and it is not fantasy, and it is realism for them. And so magical realism is not surrealism, because magical realism is always connected to realism, whereas surrealism is not connected always to the real plane, or it is always related to an imaginary or an unreal world. And again, magical realism is not science fiction. Science fiction, we always have doubts about how Harry Potter can be considered, whether it can be considered as a fantasy or a magical realist text. It is a fantasy. It can be, maybe it is not a science fiction, it is a fantasy, because we have scientific elements present in that, but mostly it is magic that prevails in Harry Potter. And though there are very realistic occurrences, it is magic. The word magic, the spell of magic that is cast, the art of magic that has been practiced in Harry Potter, and it can in no way be called as magical realism. It is science fiction. Again, it is not science fiction again, because science fiction is always supported by scientific phenomena or scientific facts, and so it cannot be science fiction also. And many may ask if Gulliver's Travels, the book Gulliver's Travels, is a magic realist fiction, and it is not so. It was aimed to be a satire on the society, but later, when the when the philosophy of the story or the of Gulliver's Travels was even higher than the plot, it became an allegory. We can say it is an allegory. And to talk about Gulliver's Travels, we have so many places, we have so many we have so many representations as symbols. We have Lilliputians, we have horses like human beings, and these may be symbols, and they are allegorical elements here. And to be very specific, the happenings that take place in Gulliver's Travels do not exist in reality. It can happen only in a utopian land or only in the island called Lilliputs. It can never happen in our day-to-day life. Only when it takes place in the real life, we consider that to be a part of magical realism. And this is something, an allegory that takes place in a different land and which doesn't talk about realism at all. And to have a distinction between a surrealist painting and a magical realist painting, we have this as an example by Salvador Dali. Here he talks about the soft watch. The soft watch and the persistence, it is called as the persistence of memory. And here you have all unreal things, but some psychology is attached to how the time is fleeting. And this is shown by elements like watch that melts away. And this is an example of surrealism, and it is not magical realism. And what would be again the elements of magical realism is again a very quick recap of what we looked at, certain characteristics of magical realism. And we talk about elements. Of course, it has fantastical elements. At the same time, fantasy element exists along with realism, and it is not fantasy alone that exists. It coexists with reality, and so it is called as magical realism. Say, for example, in one of the novels like Water for Chocolate by Laura Esquivel, a Mexican writer, she talks about how cooking, the protagonist called Tia, she's a wonderful cook, and she follows a Mexican tradition of cooking. And the cooking she does, whatever the dish she makes, carries the emotion in which she cooks, she prepares the dish. And whoever tastes or consumes the dish that is made by Tia takes the same emotion which is passed on through the dish. And when she prepares a dish out of bitterness, the same bitterness is found in those who consume a piece of cake that is prepared by her. So this is a fantastical element that sometimes defies our logic. Sometimes it may look that it is not logical how it can happen to us, but this is the fantastical element that we find in magical realist text. And these fantastical elements may be intrinsically plausible. Yes, it is seen, it is accepted, it is possible. We may at one point of time start believing that it can happen at some point of time, but it is never explained. And this is one of the major characteristic features of a magical realistic text. Here, it is called as the authorial reticence. This authorial reticence is the author doesn't come to the forefront to tell us why this magical happening takes place in a realistic atmosphere. And this is the reason that I have made this occurrence to combine with a magical element. He doesn't come to the forefront. It is left for the readers to understand, because this authorial reticence is a characteristic feature that is very much seen in Gabriel Garcia Marquez' novels or in his novellas. We see when we talk about the autobiographical elements that fills the novels of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, we find he was as a small boy, though he was born with 11 siblings, he was always under the care of his grandmother. And he always felt like a lonely child, and his grandmother used to tell him lots and lots of stories full of emotions, full of horror, and full of supernatural happenings. When these supernatural happenings were narrated to him, it was with the zero emotion that the grandmother narrated these stories to him. And with such an awe and wonder, the child used to listen to all these stories, and this art of storytelling element gets into all the stories, all the fictions of magical realism, and especially this storytelling art is found in the Latin American magical realistic novels. And this magical realistic example of this folklore tradition or oral literature being transferred from one to the other, or the storytelling technique would be so effective only when the writer himself accepts the magical elements to be happening as real. In one of the conversations, Gabriel Garcia Marquez tells, as long as when he wrote 100 Years of Solitude, as long as he imagined, only when he realized that these magical things would be happening in real, he found that to be a success. When he was narrating the story, thinking all these things to be in his imagination, nothing worked out well. But when he accepted these magical realistic things to be happening in a realistic way, it worked out so well, and it magically proved to be a great success for him. So this storytelling art, without exhibiting any emotions or any wonder or awe at a magical happening, is the main quality of a magical realist text. And this is what is the meaning of authorial reticence, which we find in every magical realist text for that matter. And in Metamorphosis also, the writer does not come to say why this man has been transformed into an insect. It is all because of a psychological stress. No, it is all left for the reader to understand, and nowhere the interference of the author comes anywhere. And the next element would be the characters accept the magical happening without questioning it. They don't express any question why it is happening to me like this, why it is happening in front of my eyes like this. Because in 100 Years of Solitude, we find wonderful things happening. And in one of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's writings, we find this line. This could be a very beautiful example of magical realism. I'm reading from the text from one of the novellas of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. He says, a dead man's blood may run across multiple streets, up and down staircases into a house, hugging the walls so as not to stain the rugs, through a pantry and into the kitchen where the dead man's mother is cooking. And see, we hear how beautiful this explanation could be. A dead man who is murdered, his blood was running through all the alleys and streets. It climbed up and down the stairs, and it entered into the kitchen of the house where the mother of the dead man was cooking. So it is so magical, and it is so interesting to look at how these things can happen, and how a person who sees a river of blood flowing into one's house and entering into another's house, he can just keep quiet, but it was happening in their everyday. They treated it as if it was happening in their everyday affair. And one more important example we find of magic realism is in Like Water for Chocolate by Laura Esquivel. We find the mother, when she is in her advanced stages of pregnancy, when she was cutting onions, and she was allergic to cutting onions, and she could not hold the tears that was caused by cutting onions. So
Dear participants, I believe that Renchini Selvarani ma'am, she had lost her connections. Please be patient. There is some technical problem. Renchini ma'am, are you back?
yes, I am
Yeah.
back. I'll be yeah.
Yeah, there was. Could you please adjust your cam a little bit downwards? Down, yeah. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, that's enough, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can
Am I
continue.
audible now?
Perfectly, ma'am. Really sorry for the technical trouble. Please carry
no
on, ma'am.
problem. when we talk about like water for chocolate, yes, the woman, when she was at her advanced stages of pregnancy and when she was cutting onions, the tears filled the whole kitchen, and because of this tears and the pain and the irritation that she felt in her eyes, she gives birth to the baby, and the baby is seen floating in the tears which has been produced by the cutting of onions. And this is something so fantastical before her eyes, but it is happening inside the kitchen when the mother is cutting onions in her cutting board. And this is a beautiful example how this goes beyond logic, and there is no question, and nobody questions why this is happening in front of my eyes, and everyone takes it that as a very casual happening and everyday happening in their lives. It exhibits a richness of sensory details. Again, we have to give examples of again, but there is an example of how this auditory, olfactory, and the sense of taste comes into forefront when we talk about magical realistic text. These are the ways how these the magical element gets manifested in a realistic way through these sensory elements. When we talk about a novel called, it's a novella again, it is called as the particular problem, the particular sadness of a lemon cake. It is the name of the work, the particular sadness of lemon cake. Here, the exact opposite happens as what happened in like Water for Chocolate. There, the cook who was preparing dish was able to transfer her emotions to whoever consumed it. Here, it was vice versa. A girl of 9 years old, she was able to experience all the emotions of a cook with whatever she tasted. Like she tastes a lemon cake, and she could feel the emotion of the mother who has prepared the particular lemon cake with lots of sadness in her. So that sadness was felt by this girl, and whatever she tastes, it was not a boon for her, rather it was a curse for her in later time. When the novel ends, it was a curse for her because she was able to face all or experience all the emotion with which she was fed with any dish. So this is again a richness of sensory details, and it uses symbols and imageries extensively. Everything, every occurrence, every happening becomes a symbol here. And it also distorts time. In 100 Years of Solitude, we find the seven generations of a particular family. They appear, they disappear, they die, they come back to life. The story starts with one generation and goes to the third generation, and suddenly it ends with the seventh generation. And there is no continuation of the time sequence. Rather, there is seamlessness of time, the liquidity of time. There is no proper line that is drawn between the past and the present. As I told you in the beginning, the Latin Americans, or the richness of the Latin hybrid culture, did not make them realize whether it is past or the present. Everything was alike, and they felt the natural and the supernatural to be alike. In the same way, the distortion of time is there in the narrative. So this is another technique to collapse the time setting. And again, we have this example of inversion of the cause and effect. So even before something happens to the protagonist, the tragedy comes before the suffering comes before the tragedy. And again, towards the end of any magical realistic text, the reader is allowed to conclude for his own whether it was magical for him or realistic for him, and in whatever way he has understood the text. But the plot is more truthful to him, and it would have been represented in a magical way or in a realistic way, is according to the way in which he has taken it. So as I told you, it is not fantasy also. This is again an example of how magical realism cannot be taken as a fantasy. Here we find Henry James's novel, The Turn of the Screw, in which we find the appearance of ghost. The protagonist feels that it might be a ghost near her, but suddenly she feels it is just in her imagination. But exactly opposing to that, we find in a magic realist text like Beloved, we find the presence of the baby ghost. They could feel the presence of the baby ghost, the lost child of the protagonist coming, and they could feel the presence of the ghost very well. So this is a beautiful example between fantasy and magical realism. And again, to talk about the characteristics, it would be the repetition maybe, but still, regarding this real world setting, we know it was not like a Lilliput Island. It was not like Alice Wonderland, which is a fantasy which takes place in an unrealistic, rather a fantastical world, which cannot happen in a real life. But this is a real world setting, an ordinary backyard, a kitchen, a bedroom, or whatever it is. It is authorial reticence. The author doesn't come to the forefront to talk about the happenings that are magical. Plenitude. Uh, we have the supernatural and the realistic coming one after the other, that we find everything to be so realistic or sometimes so magical that we do not find the distinction between either it is completely magical or completely realistical. And hybridity, when we talk about this hybrid nature, naturally Latin America is known for its hybrid cultures, and an example of this could be Life of Pi by Jan Martel. We talk about the protagonist being born in Pondicherry in India, uh, who considers himself with hybrid religions. He calls himself a Hindu, a Muslim, and a Christian, and he is considered as a hybrid person there. And also in the novel of Paulo Coelho, example, The Alchemist, we find the hybridity of so many cultures coming into one particular scene when we talk about this hybridity, because Latin America being a land of hybrid cultures, they automatically get reflected in their writings too. And when we talk about this as a political critique, as I told you, they wanted to maintain this political critique because Latin Americans wanted to call this as their own, and they say that because of the political pressures, because of the colonized influence that they could feel as something so exclusively, they say that this is exclusively meant for Latin Americans, and it can never find a place in the heart of Westerners. It is again an irreducible element of magic. This magic can never be taken as something, imaginary. It is happening. It is an irreducible element of magic, and it is magic that is happening in front of our eyes. And things happen to defy our logic, like how the tears that are produced by the cutting of onions could fill the whole place. And myths and legends, again, when we talk about Latin America or African American literature, these are places that are filled with very rich myths and legends. And when we talk about like Water for Chocolate, we have this Mexican tradition. In Mexican tradition, in a family, when they have a younger daughter, she never gets married. It is the duty of the younger daughter to take care of the parents, especially the mother, till her death. And so she is not given the rights to marry. And this is a Mexican tradition that gets beautifully blended in the novels. And of course, this Water for Chocolate is a must-read book because it talks about the Mexican tradition of cooking also. It has so many episodes in that. It has so many chapters, and along with every chapter, we get a recipe of a Mexican dish in every chapter. So it is so beautiful, and it is along with the tradition of cooking. It is along with the Mexican tradition of livelihood, how children are given the responsibility to take care of the parents, and everything comes along with the storyline and historic context. And when we talk about 100 Years of Solitude or any other novel for that matter, we find the occurrence of war, civil war or cold war or war of nationalism that has its shades in the novel's narrative. And again, the distorted time sequence, which may be claimed as a postmodern technique, but it is just because the Latin Americans do not have a very distinct line between the past and the present. They happen to have this distortion of time in their narration. And when we talk about the stalwarts of magical realism, we have Gabriel Garcia Marquez with so many novellas and novels. And the genres in which this magical realistic aspect gets manifested are mostly in novels and in novellas, short stories. And this is about Garcia Marquez, who was awarded Nobel Prize for his writing. And here she is Isabel Allende. And Isabel Allende is a magical realist feminist. And she also has the feministic aspects imbued in her writing, and her most phenomenal work, The House of the Spirits, is very, very effective in the way she has used magical realism. Laura Esquivel, she is a Mexican writer, and all these writers write in their own mother tongue. They write in Spanish, they write in Mexican language, and these novels get translated into English, and they have sold millions and millions of copies, and they have been translated into very many languages. For instance, 100 Years of Solitude has been translated into 30 languages, and it has sold 30 million copies. And that is a great, because even now, even on the 91st birthday of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, even after his death, it was celebrated, and the Colombian president mentioned Gabriel Garcia Marquez as one of the wonderful Colombian that has ever been born in Colombia, because of the contribution that he has given to Latin America through his magic realistic texts. And again, we have so many Latin American writers who belong to other nationalities. Sarah Addison Allen is an upcoming writer who is very victorious in her writing novels, and every year she publishes a book on magical realism. Example, A Girl Who Chased Moon, Garden Spells, and so many novels which are filled with magical realistic fantastical aspects. And you have Toni Morrison from African American country, who writes about who has handled magical realism in a very effective way. This George Louis Borges was the first person who, in his collection of short stories called Fictions, that was really a predecessor for even Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And Günter Grass, he was awarded Nobel Prize for his novel Thin Drum. And we know Salman Rushdie for his Midnight Children. Angela Carter, she's again a Western magical realist writer. And Pedro is again a Latin American writer. And nowadays, we find so many magical realist films, and all these novels, especially novels like Water for Chocolate. And we have Chitra Divakarni from Indian American descent. She has written The Mistress of Spices. And these all have been made as films. Life of Pi and Midnight in Paris, they have come out so beautifully with their extraordinary, with a sophisticated, luxurious setting. As we find Mistress of Spices is set in California. And these may be done sometimes for commercial purposes, but the aim of magical writing, magical realism, is not for commercial purposes, because the Latin Americans always have the pride of calling them as having literary potential. They are not just meant for entertainment, as fantasy is for entertainment and for commercial purposes. Magical realism is never for commercial purposes or for entertainment purposes. It expresses one's oppressed voice. It expresses one's voice, and which cannot be meant for entertainment or for commercial purposes. They have this literary value, and it is treated with great reputation among academic circles. And so nowadays, the publishers themselves want the writers to write novels with magical elements, magical realistic elements in them, not to have the entire narration as magical element narration, but here and there some ideas of magical elements could be found strewn here and there, but not as an authentic work of magic realism, because it has become a commercial point nowadays. It has become a fashionable term nowadays to call any novel as magical realistic, but it was not what was intended. But nowadays it has become so now with the certain novels that are made as films. And when we talk about this novels being made as films, there is one important novel to be taken into consideration, which is known for its strong sense of olfactory nerves. That is the novel called The Perfume by a German writer called Patrick Suskind. It's a story of a murderer. The Perfume, the Story of a Murderer is the title of the novel, which has been filmed also. And here the protagonist has an extraordinary sense of smell, and he could smell anything that is so fragrant, even if it is beyond a few streets, maybe 5 streets, he could feel the sense of money. He could feel the smell of a beautiful girl passing through some 4 or 5 streets afar, and he could follow that smell, and that leads to his destination sometimes. And this is a story of a murderer who wants to create, manufacture the most wonderful perfume the world has ever realized or smelt. And he finds that wonderful perfume present in beautiful women, beautiful girls. And so he murders every beautiful girl whom he comes into contact, and he puts them in a furnace, collects the essence, and he makes that as a wonderful perfume. And he feels the whole world is redeemed by that. And this is a magical realistic story which talks about the predominance of one particular sense of this smell that is taking the forefront. And we have we have so many novels nowadays that talks about magical realism, but may not be in its faithful form, but for the sake of commercial techniques. And we have notable critics of magical realism like Louis Parkinson Zamora, Wendy Faris. They're all mostly Americans, and there is one or two or more Russian critics also finding place here. And to talk about magical realism in technology, we have one such.
Ranjini madam, this is Shine.
Yes.
We are running.
Shall I take 2 more minutes just to show one more slide?
Please, ma'am. Please carry on.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes. So this is what magical realism, how it has entered technology is nowadays in the making of 3D games. There is a game called the Kentucky Route Zero, where the players are taken into a gas station shaped like a horse head, where you can find it here. It's a place where this is a place where the player has to go in search of in Route Zero. It's called Kentucky Route Zero. The players who starts to play the game are taken into this place where it becomes a museum for so many types of dwelling places. It looks like a horse head. It looks like a haunted place. And here we find this game, which is known for its setting. Here, this is a screenshot of the game, and it is nowadays not only present in PCs, it is given to Xbox, it is given to Nintendo, and PlayStations are giving this game. And this is one recent development of involving magic realism in technology. So with this, I think I've given a bird's eye view of what magic realism is, not getting down into details or narrowing down to particular details. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranjini ma'am. I believe that the session was wonderful and all the participants had enjoyed. I could see a lot of comments by the participants. As we are short of time, we are moving to the next session.
Oh.
I'm really sorry. I will take one question in case if any of the participants would like to use the opportunity. Definitely, we will be sharing the presentations with the mail regarding the feedback forms.
Yes. I'm always there to answer any question, even though if it is by mail. So here is a question about fantasy. Can fantasy be called as magic realism? I told you fantastical elements are combined with realistic elements, and so it is magical realism, and it is not fantasy.
Why Saranda? Entered Saranda.
The name of the book that talks about recipes is Like Water for Chocolate by Laura Esquivel. And I had a question, I think, magical realism and magic realism. Magic realism is mostly related to art and painting, and magic realism is to literature.
Thank you very much, dear participants. Our next speaker, Professor A.R. Kidwaisab, have already joined with us. So I request Professor Dilma Kurian, Assistant Professor in the Postgraduate Department of English of St. Albert's College, to deliver a vote of thanks for the Ranjini ma'am. Over to you, Dilma ma'am. Dilna, Professor Dilna, are you there? Professor Dilna? I believe there is some technical issue for Professor Dilna Kurian to join with us. Ranjini ma'am, on behalf of Postgraduate Department of English, as well as the Albertian Center for Human Resource Development and Research of St. Albert's College, and on behalf of all the people who have listened to you, they were sharing that your session was very knowledgeable, and you had done a wonderful study on the especially on magic realism. And well, I had seen a lot of comments that it's a well structured, well presented. A lot of comments from the participants. So on behalf of everyone, thank each. I thank Renji ma'am for your wonderful presentation. Thank you very
Uh,
much, ma'am.
I also thank all the organizers, the management, all the participants who took part in the session and made it really lively. Thank you.
And moving to the next presentation, next talk, we have eminent personality with us, Professor Abdur Rahim Kidwai. We call him as Professor A.R. Kidwai Saab, the Professor of English and Director of UGC HRDC of Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Just to give an introduction about A.R. Kidwai Saab, he posts an PhD in English literature from the AMU Aligarh, and a second PhD in English literature from University of Leicester, UK. And further, he he have completed a wonderful training in different parts of the world. His advanced certificate in teaching of English as a foreign language is from Ashton University, UK. He had been the director of academic staff college of Aligarh Muslim University since 2001, and he's a professor in the Department of English of Aligarh Muslim University from 1997. And he had gained a lot of scholarships and fellowships. Honorary visiting fellow of the Department of English of University of Leicester from the 1st June 2012 to December 2016.
Okay, this much is enough.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor. So on behalf of Albertian Center for Human Resource Development and on behalf of Postgraduate Department of English, I wholeheartedly welcome Professor A.R. Kidwai Saab to speak on the topic literary Orientalism in British Romantic Poetry. Hearty welcome to this seminar, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Shine and everyone. First of all, I'm grateful to you for having provided me with this excellent opportunity. For the topic which I'm going to discuss with you is very dear to my heart. And for many of you, it may be something very new. And but I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, some of you will find it fascinating, and you would develop a deep and keen interest in this area. All right. Of course, it is about English literature, but it is a new developing, what we say in fancy, this subfield of English literary studies, which I designate as literary Orientalism. First, a word about the taxonomy or labeling. Orientalism comes from the word Orient, and Orient is a geographical term. It means the East, the Eastern Hemisphere, as opposed to the West, which is known as the Occident. Naturally, we are not concerned here with this geographical hemispheres or directions. What is meant is anything related to the eastern part of the world, that's Japan, China, Far East, South Asia, that's India, Middle East, and up to the what we call as Levant or this Italy also. So this chunk of Earth, planet Earth, that's what the East is, right? So what's special about it? When somebody from outside the East, that is a Westerner, somebody from Europe, somebody from USA, when they describe, when they study something about this part of the world, that is Oriental. So it started with anthropology, history, geography, in almost all fields of social sciences. It is there how these Asians, Chinese, Japanese, how they behave, what is their religion, what is their culture, what is their lifestyle. So something very fascinating. The study of one major chunk of the world by people of another faith, another ethnicity, another culture. So a different perspective they have. So that's what is Orientalism. When we say literary Orientalism, I mean that how English men of letters down the centuries, they have described India, Indians, for that matter, Arabs, Muslims. So you recall my starting point, fascinating, because this is a kind of mirror study. You know, this is something doubly interesting for you, something about you and how others is, how someone outside your tradition, how he is perceiving you, what good or bad he finds about you. Something, what I say, more than the of normal interest. So this is human nature. We always describe, think, represent others. We start with family. You are in a family, we have brothers and sisters, you have parents, but this is human nature. Constantly, all the time, consciously or subconsciously, you are comparing yourselves with others. You are asserting your superiority. You think you are better, others are not. He is lacking in that, she is missing that, this, all the time, this judgment. This is, we can't help it. This is in our DNA. This is the human nature. You get me? This is something very interesting. Man is a social animal. We have to interact. We come into contact with others, but we don't switch off. All the time we are comparing and contrasting. Look at her, look at her, look at him, including lookism, including this disdain, including distaste, everything is there. Right. So this tendency is very much there. It's there in literature as well. It was Edward Said, a Princeton University professor. His name is again very interesting. A Christian Arab. Look at it. Edward Said. Said sounds a Muslim name, but he was a Christian Arab, exceptionally gifted, a son of cultural history, literary theory. In 1978, he published his book, trend-setting, groundbreaking book, and the title is Orientalism. All of it is not devoted to literature, but part of it is concerns literature. And his main thesis is how, listen carefully, how the West, in order to define itself, in order to affirm and assert itself, it has represented the East or the Orient. They are violent. We are not. They are sexually perverse. We are not. They are ill-mannered, which we are not. They are given to superstitions. Again, we are not. So this idea of self-righteousness, your own supremacy, whether you say it in so many words or not, but this is here. So when I joined University of Leicester in 1990s, let me add 1990s Christian era, not BC or dinosaur age. Because of my gray hair, you might think that I'm talking of some 1990, which 1990. So 1990, I'm just only 30 years ago. So when I joined my PhD, I selected Lord Byron and I selected Byron's Orientalism. So you get my point that what is literary Orientalism? A study of such works of literature in which the East, the Orient, are in simple words, India and Indians, they have been destroyed. Now I would seek your attention. I'm just mentioning names of some English writers in the alphabetical order. I request you just to pay attention to that. Joseph Addison, then Matthew Arnold, William Beckford, William Blake, Robert Browning, Richard Burton, Lord Byron, Thomas Carlyle, Geoffrey Chaucer, Coleridge, William Congreve, Joseph Conrad, John Dryden, T.S. Eliot, E.M. Foster, Oliver Goldsmith, Leigh Hunt, Samuel Johnson, Sir William Jones, James Joyce, John Keats, Kipling, Landor, Doris Lessing, Christopher Marlowe, Philip Messenger, John Milton, Lady Montego, Thomas More, George Peele, Edgar Allan Poe, Alexander Pope, Sir Walter Scott, William Shakespeare, Shelley, Robert Southey. Southey, sometimes he's pronounced also as Southey, Edmund Spenser, Tennyson, Thackeray, Oscar Wilde, Wordsworth, W.B. Yeats. As you can see, they are not some minor writers. They are not some second-rate or little-known, obscure writer. First-rate. Shakespeare, Milton, Chaucer. Why I presented their names? Listen carefully. Common to all of them is Orientalism. Each one of them has written something about the Orient and Orientals. The quantum, naturally, that varies from author to author. In Shakespeare, there are only passing references. But when it comes to Robert Southey, there are long poems, thousands and thousands of long poems about Hindus, about India, about Mexicans, about Arabs. Ian Foster, whole novel, A Passage to India is there. So the quantum varies, but what I'm saying, this tradition is very robust, very strong. Almost every English writer, novelist, poet, dramatist, essayist, he has written something about the Orient and Orientals. The content and naturally the quantum, that varies, and the content and context, that also varies from writer to writer. Some of them are mildly positive, others are patently, grossly hostile. That's a different thing. So what I'm saying, right from 14th century, from Chaucer up to this 21st century, that is Doris Lessing, the Nobel laureate lady who died a few years ago. In all the eras, this tradition of literary Orientalism is there. So, and there have been, as you can see, diverse approach. Some have used the Orient as a subtext, as a pretext, as a cover up for their other designs. That's what literature is. We'll get into it later. But this reference to our engagement with the Orient is very much there in almost every British writer, more particularly among the Orientals. About 10 years ago, I compiled this a resource book called Literary Orientalism, a Companion, and you will be amazed to know that up to 2010, now the numbers might have gone up exponentially, but even up to 2009, I had noted more than 300 books on various aspects of literary Orientalism, another 1,000 articles, conference papers, and the most interesting part was 400 plus PhD theses by 2009. Pre-1978, I told you the publication date of Edward Said. Pre-1978, you hardly find 20, 30 PhD theses about Arabs, Muslims, India in English literature, but that's what I said, an influential book, transcending book. In the wake of the publication of this Edward Said, there has been a marked increase in the number of PhDs. So it is literary Orientalism is very much a subfield of English literary studies. I know more than a dozen British, American, and Middle Eastern universities where literary Orientalism is offered as a paper, as a master's degree, or as a module. So it's very much there. All right. As you can see, all of you are students of literature. Basically, this Orientalism it has been used for the comparative history to indicate this is there, but not here. They do this, we don't do that. I give you some concrete examples. Look here. I did my PhD on Lord Byron. In 1810, Byron, as part of his continental tour, he went to Albania. Albania is a Muslim, 100% Muslim country. And then for 3 months, he stayed in Turkey. That was a revelation for Byron. He had heard about Islam, Muslims, the Ottomans. And please bear in mind, Ottomans in 1810, they were like what America today is today, superpower of the day. The Europeans were in awe of the Ottoman Empire, especially in 16th, 17th century. That's only 19th century. By then, Ottomans, they had grown weaker, but still they were known for they ruled over half of Europe. Why? So look here. Here is Byron, an Englishman, creative artist. The first thing which strikes him is the role of women in the Turkish or Muslim society. Disbelief, and listen carefully. Generally speaking, the stereotype Muslim women, backwardness, oppression, injustice, this, that. There may be some truth in that. But for Byron, an Englishman, a European, someone who thinking and feeling heart, thinking mind and feeling heart, what strikes him is these Ottoman women, they are traders. They carry out business at times from behind a curtain or from inside their houses, but they have economic rights. Something, nothing short of revelation for a European lifetime. Why? Because up to 1910, in Europe, in the West, women did not have economic rights. They were not a legal person. They could not own any money. What to talk of carrying out business? A woman was totally dependent on her father, her husband, son. And here are different culture. Here are women who are carrying out business, employing males, assistants, following their instructions. And you know, he was Lord Byron. He was a member of aristocracy. On his return, he literally campaigned very hard for granting these economic rights of freedom to women, which failed. And these things they take time. It was only this suffragette, this movement, and then by early 20th century, and now it is history. Women have same economic rights which men have. But you see, this is comparativeness. But that was, I said, something positive. In the case of another romantic poet, that is Robert Southey. Today, most of you, I'm sure, for most of you, it must be a strange name, total stranger. Maybe you are hearing his name for the first time. In his lifetime, he was a rage. First of all, he was a poet laureate. Next, he was a state historian. Next, he was not a friend, almost a godfather for Wordsworth and Coleridge. Wordsworth and Coleridge, they took pride in being friends of Robert Southey. And today, poor me have to tell you who Southey was. This is how some people, they sing without a trace. That's what happened to Southey. But he was, I was telling you, he was so influential at that time. Now, please listen carefully and let me clarify. It is without any agenda, without any political or any disrespect or any this offense to anyone. Just I'm putting some historical facts before you. Again, 1810. The British are in India. East India Company is there. British English missionaries are also there. They are sending reports back home. Robert Southey, as I said, as a historian, associated with public life, well informed, keeping an eye on the developments in the colonies as well. He is outraged. Disturbed is a very light word. Outraged by the reports which he is receiving. He writes almost an epic poem. Why I say epic? Because it is thousands of lines long. The title of the poem is The Curse of Kehama. The Curse of Kehama. Kehama, name of a Hindu Raja. Look at the word curse, that tells you something. According to the poem, India is enveloped in all-round darkness. Hinduism, with its That's what he says. With its inhuman practices, child marriage, widow burning, caste system, they have made the place that's India or the lives of Hindus hell. The white man's burden. We are on the civilizing mission. God has given us the opportunity. It is God's will that we should set things. So, denunciation of the local culture, that's Hinduism. The passionate call for doing away with all this, which he consistently describes as darkness. And look, this is 1810, 1811, when his poem is published. In 1813, British Parliament passes 1813 India Act, which sanctions, endorses missionary activity in India and in other countries. For you, the students of literature, something very interesting. What media today does, how it builds up public opinion, mobilizes the public figures in support or against something, and then followed by legislation, followed by public outrage or campaign in favor of something. Same role performed by literature in 1810 through the agency of Roberts. It is very difficult to say who is playing in whose hands. Sade influencing the legislation, influencing the British public. This is how, at times, not always, at times, literature works. That should remind you of Shelley's saying, Shelley of the same period, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of mankind. And please don't take it in a narrow sense. So they saying something about Hindus, about Hinduism. With equal venom, he has condemned Islam and Muslims in two of his poems. One is Salba. Look at the very Arabic name, Salba. Again, it's almost an epic poem running into thousands of lines. And the other poem is Don Roderick. If you read Don Roderick, and I just compile the abuses which he has used about Islam and Muslims or Arabs, you will have a very interesting compendium. Even the worst mother-in-law will not choose such choicest abuses which he has invented and employed. This is what again human nature is. Right. So you see here, ladies and gentlemen, this Orientalism works at the political level as well. The latest example is of, naturally, E.M. Foster, The Passage to India. Study it in the context of the freedom movement, Foster's empathy, some of the British characters sharing the Indian sensitivities. So comparative note is there, and generally this comparison is related to the gender issue. How women are perceived, treated in another culture, and how do we do it. I won't say this is the first thing which comes to the mind of those who are trying their hand at Orientalism, but this is very much there. Another equally titillating and interesting area for human nature is sexuality. Yes. How they are at sex. Depraved, perverts. We are clean. We are Puritans. They are horrible. Whether it is polygamy, whether it is mistresses, whether it is brothels, but this area is very much there. In the whole British English literary tradition, the most popular site is harem, Harem. Maybe some of you may be amazed to know that it is an Arabic word. The most sacred, the holiest mosque in Islam, which are in Mecca and Medina, they are also called harem. Yes, ladies' apartment in Muslim culture is called haram, not in the sense in which the travelers perceived or misperceived. When the Muslim calls it haram, he means a private, secluded, clean, pious area of the house. But in Western literary tradition, harem is as good or as bad as a brothel. So this comparative note is there. Gender issue is examined on a comparative basis. Sexuality is there. Then other issues, they are also examined in, depending on the writer's mindset, his interest. It varies again from author to author. But what I was telling you is that Oriental material is used as a pretext. One more last example. Nothing to do with Hindu Muslim. Thomas More, Romantic poet, highly popular, but he's an Irish. You know very well the feud between the British and the Irish. Thank God, only 20 years ago there was peace treaties. So otherwise, it was there in 19th century in Thomas More's day as he's an Irishman. Naturally, his sympathies are with the Irish. He is one of the most popular English poets, ensconced in London. Now look at this funny side of Orientalism. He writes a wonderful Oriental poem. The title is Lala Roh. Look at the title. Persian. Lala, name of a flower. Roh, face. The flower face. About a princess. And the journey starts from Kashmir. So those of you interested in India and how the India is perceived, the image of India in English literature, so this work should be of interest to them. So look here, all the characters, they are Muslims. The setting is Kashmir, then Persia, and then Central Asia. One of the poems there is the fire worship. Lala Rookh is a collection of 4 poems. One of the poems is fire worshippers. So now look at this. The example which I was giving you, the face of Oriental. In the fire worshipper naturally signifying Zoroastrians or Parsis, what we call. Muslims come to Persia, and Zoroastrians, they are in the minority. They are numerically, culturally, they are decimated at the hands of the invading Muslim. And there is a resistance movement against these Muslim rulers. These revolutionary heroines are the replica of the Irish freedom movement. He could not say openly the British, they are decimating, destroying Irish culture, Irish faith, Irish tradition. So the pretext of the battle, real or imaginary, between Islam and Zoroastrianism was used as a pretext for expressing his feelings, strong feelings for the Irish cause. So you see here how Orientalism has been politicized, whether for missionary purpose, whether for this Irish cause, or the third example which I gave you, this Arab and English, this hostility against the background of the Crusade. So this Oriental material, Oriental content and context in English literature is very rich, diverse. For those of you having some interest in this area, very briefly, I will now refer to some of the literary works which have this Oriental material. If you are interested, you may study, you may explore, take it up at your own pace. I just mentioned Byron. Byron wrote a whole series of poems. You know what are these poems called? They are called as Turkish tales. As I just told you, he was in Turkey for 3 months. So he wrote 3 or 4 poems, and they were highly popular in the day. Look here, in 1813, 14, 15, 16, when there's no internet, when there's no newspaper, when there's no flight, daily flight between Turkey and England, literally thousands and thousands of people studying, reading poems about Turkish culture, Turkish characters, and the best part of Byron's Orientalism is, number one, it's very rich. All the characters, they are Muslims. One. Next, full of Oriental diction, words of Arabic, Persian origin, they are very much used there. And then the Byron's outlook, his perspective is he's simply fascinated by many features of Muslim life. So Byron is one writer. It's several poems, especially his Turkish tales by Byron. In college, there is a passing reference. The only thing which is should be of interest to you and highly familiar to all of you is Kubla Khan. Chinese connection, I don't have to say Kubla Khan, and then the dome and the fountain and the gossamer, everything is Oriental. So Oriental material is there in college. Kubla Khan, also in the Circassian love chant, the poem called as Luti. So that's also very rich in Oriental material. Next writer could be Dryden. Dryden play. Title of the play is Aurangzeb. Again, amazing. 18th century. A Mughal emperor here, 17th century Mughal emperor, and a British dramatist writing about him. A play, no matter it is somewhat hostile also, but the very fact that in 18th century, Dryden, they are in the land, depicting the life, goal, and the rule of an Indian ruler. That's Aurangzeb. That's interesting. Next, and this I will highly recommend, is T.S. Eliot, the Vedantic tradition, mystical tradition. You all know the concluding lines of Wasteland, Buddhist tradition, Vedantic mysticism, in Eliot's Rose Garden, Bird, Norton, Ash Wednesday, not in a very extensive way, but Eliot was familiar with this. I was telling you, the Buddhist and the Vedantic mystical tradition. Those of you interested may take it up further. And then I don't have to say much about Ian Foster. The title, the very title tells all, A Passage to India, and another novel by him, The Hill of Devi. So again, about the Hindu tradition, very strong. What I would, something which will come as a pleasant surprise to you is Sir William Jones, 1746 to 1794. By profession, he is a judge, and in the same capacity, he came to India. He was in Kolkata, but he was a very gifted person. He had mastered as many as 7 languages, wrote so many books. Why I am mentioning William Jones in particular? He was a scholar of Sanskrit also. He translated so many poems, so much material from Sanskrit into English that opened up, that introduced India, Sanskrit, Hindu tradition to the English reading topic. I'm just giving you the titles of some of his poems. Look here. He has written a poem addressed to Kamdev, another to Ganga, another to Indra, another to Lakshmi, another to Narayan, another to Saraswati, Surya, Prakriti, Bhavani, Durga. Can you believe that? Gita Govinda, he translated Shakuntala also. So, the entire gamut of Hindu religious tradition. Just mention this, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Narayan. Something about everything is there in William Jones' poetic corpus. And that laid these are mostly translations, but that laid the foundation for those who are interested. They may pursue it further. So if you want to try your hand at literary Orientalism, William Jones is a very important name. Another important name is, I don't have to say much about him, that's Rudyard Kipling. That's 20th century, died in 1936. You know very well his Kim and then his other writings, both poetic in poetry and in prose, which deal with India and Indians. And I'm focusing on India and Indians. And then Thomas More, I just mentioned, this Lala Roth about Kashmir. He's written something about Marathas also. Next poet I would mention is Tennyson. Tennyson, you can see this imperialist or colonial history there, because his poem Lucknow, and then his other poem about this Nadir Shah, and they are all about the expedition of Nadir Shah into Hindustan by Tennyson. and then this capture of Lucknow by the British forces. They have that imperialist or what do you say, colonial tendency. Chalet is another interesting name in the context of literary orientalism. This is very instructive, his example. In one of his letters, he says, you know very well Chalet's irreverence towards Christianity. He didn't believe in established religion, organized religion. But look, this is what the mindset is, political ethos, how they are at work. In one of his letters, he writes that Christianity may be an encumbrance in our context, but it is good for the dark continent of Asia and Africa. The light of Christianity may bring people in the dark continents of Asia and Africa to light. So this is how minds get what we say, not corrupted, but certainly carried away. He doesn't approve Christianity, but he prescribes it as the panacea, as the remedy for Asia and Africa. Sadi, I have already mentioned. Curse of Tehama, please do. Tennyson, I mentioned, in the colonial context. So as you, and then the last, like Eliot, another very interesting name is W.B. Yeats, the Irish English poet, for his genuine interest in this mysticism, both Hindu and Islamic philosophy, tasawwuf, what we call as mysticism, but there is a serious engagement at the scholarly level. So now you have, I believe, you have an overview how this different English writers down the ages, they have represented the Orient, Indians, Muslims, Arabs in their own ways, and it should be of interest to you. Find out what they say about you, and don't take it very personally, or don't feel offended. It's all matter of time. And why get angry with them when you can't do with anything about what is happening around you? Watch TV for an hour, and then you see what kind of perceptions we have about, or rather misperceptions we have about one another. So if they had these misperceptions, misconceptions, they are to be excused. And last, let me add that, as you can see from my appearance, I have studied Islamic religious tradition, just as this Western literary Orientalism is marred by, disfigured by hostile, negative attitude towards Islam and Muslims. Let me share it with you that the Islamic religious tradition has, in an equal degree, replica, same negative or hostile attitudes towards West, towards Christianity. This is human tragedy. But let us try to overcome that. Let us try to mitigate it. Let us try to make the world better, cordial, harmonious place. Thank you. You are most welcome to seek any clarification, any elaboration. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. It's now out to the participants in case if you have any a point to discuss with our eminent professor. It's your time. Advice up, there is a lot of messages in the chat box praising you and your
No, thank you. It was my pleasure. It was a great pleasure. But I would be very happy if someone takes it up, isn't it, and takes this study further, isn't it?
Definitely, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And that was the whole point. I am grateful to you for giving me this opportunity, so that it is like sowing seeds. So I'm using your fertile field for throwing some of the seeds, and we look forward to working together with you in future and platforms like this. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe that there is. I'm moving to my responsibility of inviting Devika Sajeev, Professor Devika Sajeev. She is assistant professor in postgraduate department of English of St. Albert's College Autonomous. I request Professor Devika to share a vote of thanks to Professor Kadwaisa.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. It has been an honor for us to have Dr. Abdur Rahim Kidwai, Professor of English and Director UGC and HRDC Aligarh Muslim University, take a very enlightening session on literary Orientalism in British Romantic poetry. On behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English and the Department of Human Resource Development and Research, St. Albert's College Autonomous, Ernakulam, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. A.R. Kidwai for the wonderful session he engaged us in. Through this session, we were able to get a holistic understanding of the various dimensions of the term Orientalism and the various contexts under which it existed among British Romantic poets. Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed such a great honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Great pleasure. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Shine, sir. Thank you.
Dear participants, now we will have a lunch break. I request everyone to be back by 2:55, and that's
Hello, sir. Excuse me. Hello.
yes,
Shine,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Are we supposed to join in the same link?
In the same link. Please don't exit. You can use the same. I'm not going to close the webinar room. It will be open till 5:30. The program is scheduled till 5, but I have kept it as 5:30 in case if there is any delay happens. So there is no confusion on that. The same webinar room will be used for the afternoon session also. And we have two scheduled talks post lunch by 3 to 4, the second last one. And from 4 to 5, we will have the last session. So request everyone to join by 2:55. We'll start.
Shine, sir, can I interrupt to ask a doubt?
Please, Devika, ma'am.
Shine, sir. Sir, actually, do we exit the chat room and come back to this, or we leave it as it is?
I think better to leave it as it is.
Perfectly. Yeah, that will be the right answer. I am not supposed to say that because we say that energy. So I'm in a dilemma. What should I answer? In case if I answer, you can leave, then it is going to affect the re-entry sometimes, because I have already shared nearly 358 participants the same link. So in case if you move out, there is a possibility that you may not be allowed to rejoin, because the first 250 will be admitted first, and the rest will lose the opportunity. In the other side, we are destroying the. We are wasting the electricity also in between. So I'm not sure what should I answer. I'm really sorry, and we'll join by 2:50.
It's okay, sir. I understand.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
We'll take a break. Thank you.
Yes. मग बोला तो येस सर व्हॉट्स अरे मी लई हुशार झालो रे आता बट ही कॅनॉट आन्सर इट लाईक दॅट ना दॅट इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लेम
अच्छा, ये कब है? फेस्ट एंड फेस्ट 1 जून को तो कुछ नहीं है ना? क्या नाम है इसका? चलो कर लेते हैं पहले 8 9 2 5 3 1 4 2 5 8 9 2 5 1 4 2 8 4 8 4 5 8 9 2 ठीक है 8 9 2 5 3 1 4 2 4 5 150 is what I'm supposed to say. Okay. हाँ जी हेलो सुनो बोलो दो मैसेजेस क्यों आए मुझे? $230. किस किस के लिए मैंने पेमेंट की है? ओके, ये इसके लिए मैंने पे किया 500, इसके लिए मैंने पे किया 300 नहीं 150। 300 मैंने किसके लिए पे किया? जो मेरे माइंड में है मैंने किसी के लिए पे किया है, अभी तो मैंने पे करना है अभी। हाँ जी, एंडिंग किस बात में बच्चे? क्या? स्टडी कर रहे थे, क्या पॉसिबल? ट्रांसलेट कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ठीक है। सर्टिफिकेट्स अपने यहाँ पे पीछे लिस्ट बना के जाओ। तीन सौ पे किया है मैथ्स के लिए। कौन सा इसके लिए? इस डेट को ये 18। ये भी इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार है नहीं, कौन सा है? पता ही नहीं। ये इमैक्युलेट कॉलेज नहीं है, पर 22 मई को। लिखती जाओ जो जो अटेंड कर रही है। मेरे ख्याल से मृदु के होंगे। I hope I have downloaded this. चलो, एक हुआ ये, अगला कौन सा? Number 2, AIFEST online workshop 1 month. ये कब कब था? इसके लिए मैंने पे किया 1500, इसका सर्टिफिकेट भी आ गया है। ये था 28 अप्रैल, 29 अप्रैल। ठीक है, कर दो अब डिलीट। ठीक है। अच्छा, ये वंदना मैम वाला जो था, ये वाला था। यही था। इसके लिए मैंने 300 पे किए, इसका सर्टिफिकेट अभी आना है।
अच्छा,
Very good afternoon, everyone. This post-lunch sessions will start exactly at 3. Please be patient. We'll start the program exactly at 3 p.m. I request all the participants to mute your audio device and request everyone to not to present anything in between. We are waiting for the resource person to join with us. Thank you. Very good afternoon, ma'am. This is Shine. Shomishna, ma'am. Very good afternoon.
I
Yeah, Shomishna, ma'am. Your voice is breaking, ma'am.
see you.
Swamisha ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see you, and but your voice is breaking in between.
Okay. Uh, uh, I don't really know how to address that.
Hello, ma'am. Swamisha ma'am. Swamisha ma'am. Hello. Request all other participants not to present anything in between. Request Shiny Selvet, could you please click on the stop presenting button in your screen? Request Shiny Selvet to stop presenting button. We could see your entire mobile screen. That's why I request you to click on the stop presenting button. Thank you. Ma'am, I could see you. The video is on. But the audio. No, ma'am, you are muted. You have to unmute, ma'am. You have to unmute. Okay, ma'am. Right. Thank you. Yes. I saw your message. Thank you very much. Hmm? I request all the participants not to present anything. Our resource person is trying to present PowerPoint. Maria Shamila Selvi, request you to stop presenting. Maria Shamila Selvi, request you to stop presenting. Thank you. I request participants not to present anything in between. Professor Shaumishna Pancha have already joined with us. I request all the participants to be patient. Ma'am is trying to load the presentation. She had some technical problems with regard to the electricity as well as the net, and she's trying to come back online. She's already here through her mobile. I request everyone to please be patient.
Yes, ma'am. I saw your message. Yeah, but still now you are muted, ma'am. Can you unmute yourself, ma'am? Uh, yeah, now I can hear you, ma'am, perfectly.
Okay, okay, okay. So I'm going to the present now. Okay,
Request all other people to mute your audio device. There is an echo. It is because that some of the participants are not muted. Request all the participants to mute while ma'am is presenting. When I When ma'am starts, I mute myself, but I just want to share all of you so that you will understand how the things works, right? So thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Can I start
Yes,
the process, ma'am?
yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. I have just cancelled that mobile connection.
Okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
right. Yes. Moving to my responsibility to welcome our beloved professor, the eminent Professor Shramishta Panja. The professor, she serves as a professor in English in the University of Delhi and has been the acting director and joint director of Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. She has been the dean, faculty of arts and head department of English of the University of Delhi. She received her BA in English from Presidency College and her PhD from Brown University, where she was awarded the Jean Star Yontmeyer Fellowship. She has taught at Stanford University and IIT Delhi. Her major areas of interest are early modern studies, Shakespeare studies, Shakespeare in India, Indian feminism, and visual culture. Her 10 books include Sidney Spencer and the Royal Reader, Performing Shakespeare in India, Exploring Indiana's Literatures and Culture, Shakespeare and Class, Shakespeare and Art of Lying, Shakespeare and Class World Text Studies in Literary and Visual Culture, and Signifying the Self-Woman Literature. She has published articles on Renaissance studies and feminism in the International Journal and Collections, English Literary Renaissance, a Journal of Narrative Technique, Early Theatre, and Shakespearean International Yearbook, besides several essays in Renaissance collection published by Ashgate. She has been invited to contribute to the Stanford Internet Shakespeare Encyclopedia and Routledge Handbook of Asian Theatre. She has been a fellow at Salzburg Seminar, a visiting professor at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, and has been awarded fellowship at the Folger Shakespeare Library in Washington, D.C., USA, and a Mayor's Fellowship at the Huntington, USA. She has been invited on lecture on Shakespeare in India and Indian feminism in universities in the UK, USA, Canada, Russia, and Australia. She has been the president, Shakespeare Society of India from 2008 to 2014, a long tenure. She is a member of steering committee of the International Group of Early Modern Scholars, Theatre Without Borders. She is also the founder member of PAHEL, Delhi University Women's Support Group, which was formed in the year 2005. So on behalf of Albasian Center for Human Resource Development and Research, and on behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English, I extend our sincere welcome, heartfelt welcome to our beloved professor. And I invite Professor to carry on with the first session of the post-lunch. Hearty welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Shine. I hope you can all hear me. Thank you so much, all of you, for coming to participate in this webinar. And I want to thank St. Albert's College for organizing this wonderful event in these sort of dark times of quarantine and social distancing. You saw in my bio data that there was a lot of Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare this, Shakespeare that. So my title too has Shakespeare. The title of my paper is Contemporary Shakespeare, Two Recent Bengali Cinematic Adaptations, Arshinagar and Zulfikar. I shall begin by talking a little bit about globalization, transnationalism, and cultural appropriation. I will then go on to talk about the two films. There are two ways of looking at globalization. One, as a phenomenon that brings the world closer through trade and technology and makes it more comprehensible. The other as a phenomenon that disunites, accentuates inequity and disparity, and erases local and indigenous cultures and reduces all to the lowest possible denominator. the reality of non-Western regions is inadequately examined in the formulation of the globalization paradigm, say its critics. Rather than enhance knowledge of the lesser known, globalization picks up a few elements that may be common or recognizable and constructs through them the fallacious picture of a world that is comprehensible and one. More dangerously, globalization promotes what Sachidanandan terms cultural amnesia, in that it encourages a spirit of false association with the unfamiliar, that is the global, and a disassociation from the hitherto familiar, the indigenous or local. Similarly, just as there are two ways of looking at globalization, there are also two ways of looking at cultural appropriation. There is one school of thought that damns cultural appropriation as a dishonest, disrespectful, and glib taking over of another, possibly minority culture, against its will by a dominant culture. There is another that does not see appropriation as merely a one-way street, an opposition between dominant and minority voices in which the latter are invariably victimized and silenced. Instead, it sees it as a dynamic interaction between two mutually defamiliarized forces, as Wang and Rivlin put it, that lead to new insights about both. The latter resists the easy demarcation between local and global, between reverential and oppositional, the global and the local, and of how globalization leads to a decentering and proliferation of differences. Shakespeare is increasingly marketed as a global brand. I mean, why all this talk about globalization? Because Shakespeare is increasingly marketed as a global brand through performance, cinema, cultural festivals, and academic events such as the annual conference of the Shakespeare Association of America or the World Shakespeare Congress that takes place in different parts of the world once every 5 years. What Dennis Kennedy calls the eternal malleability of Shakespeare's works facilitates the adaptation of his works in many disparate cultural formations and locations. I want to posit, instead of the term global, tainted as it is by notions of hegemonic homogeneity, terms like intercultural or transnational, which diminish hierarchy, recognize indigenous traditions, and give agency to the non-Western culture that adapts Shakespeare. While Kennedy is averse to the term intercultural versus global, vis-a-vis Shakespeare performance, as intercultural performance, according to him, includes material that is not fully within the cultural competence of the attending audience, end quote. I disagree with Kennedy. I see the deliberate stepping out of one's comfort zone that intercultural Shakespeare necessitates. I see this as an enabling counterpoint to the easy assimilation of all things Shakespeare under the umbrella terms of global and universal. The partial incomprehension that every transnational intercultural performance entails, no matter what be the viewer or the audience's location, makes the appreciation of cultural difference inevitable and the serious work of comprehension a tribute to the indigenous culture that refashions Shakespeare. So too the cultural appropriation of Shakespeare. Cultural appropriation destabilizes the notion of a global Shakespeare where everything is comfortably recognizable and easily accessible. Cultural appropriations, as do intercultural adaptations, jolt us out of our comfort zones and become a space in which Shakespeare is not just an entity to be unethically deployed against his will, but is both self and other. Shakespeare is not robbed of agency in such productions. He collaborates, he intervenes. Appropriation thereby becomes a transformational force, to quote Huang and Rivlin. Cultural appropriations, by definition, talk about the workings of power, about opposition between minority and majority, about dominance, struggle, and submission, something that an intercultural production of Shakespeare may not necessarily do. I go on after this brief introduction about terms like global and transcultural and cultural appropriation. I go on to talk very briefly about Shakespeare and Bengali cinema. Shakespeare is not entirely absent in Bengali cinema. In 1963, Manu Sen made Bhranti Bilash, Illusion of an Illusion, based on the renowned 19th century Bengali social reformer and scholar Ishor Chandra Vidyasagar's 1869 Bengali translation of Shakespeare's play, The Comedy of Errors. It cast the iconic Bengali superstar Uttam Kumar as the two antipholi, here named Chiranjeev and Chiranjit Chaudhary, and was a resounding box office success. It is viewed with pleasure even today. 2 years before Bhranti Bilash, in 1961, Ajoy Kaur made the Bengali film Shaptapadi, the 7 steps taken by a Hindu bride and groom around the holy fire to complete the marriage ceremony. Again with Uttam Kumar as the male protagonist. This was based upon noted Bengali author Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay's 1958 novel of the same name, Shaptapadi. It's an interfaith love story dealing also with class difference, which includes a lavish student production of Shakespeare's Othello, the bedchamber scene, with voiceovers by noted stage and screen actors Utpal Datta and Jennifer Kendall. The economic and social disparity of the two lead actors in this production, Krishnendu, Uttam Kumar, and Reena Brown, Suchitra Sen, both medical students, is mirrored in the story of Othello and Desdemona. Reena Brown looks upon Krishnendu with disgust as a native, quote unquote native, and her racial inferior, hardly believing that he can play Othello to her Desdemona. In time, she discovers that she is not the upper class, wealthy Anglo-Indian or English woman she imagines herself to be, but the biracial child born of the rape of a Bengali woman, the same woman whom she now thinks is her maidservant and an Englishman. In her first film as director, Aparna Sen, the first film was the Bengali in English 36 Charungi Lane, 1981. Aparna Sen, the director of one of the two films I'm going to discuss, Arshi Nagar, brings in Shakespeare. The protagonist of her first film, 36 Charungi Lane, is a lonely Anglo-Indian woman, Violet Stoneham, played by Jennifer Kendall. She is a retired school teacher who lives alone with her cat, Sir Toby. This is a character from Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, and whose only joy is to teach Shakespeare. She bumps into an old student, Nandita Roy, Devoshri Roy, who along with her boyfriend Samaresh, Dhritiman Chatterjee, hatches a scheme to exploit Violet and use her apartment for their love tryst, saying that Samaresh needs the space and privacy to work on his novel. Violet grows very fond of them over time, and when she goes to deliver a Christmas gift to their home, she finds that the newlyweds, the two have married by now, are not traveling as they had told her, but hosting a party. Now that they are married, they do not need Violet's apartment or Violet for that matter. She realizes that she has been duped. As she wanders back home, she speaks aloud Lear's lines to Cordelia in Shakespeare's King Lear. Come, let's away to prison. We two alone will sing like birds in the cage. When thou dost ask thee blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. A stray street dog is the only creature that accompanies her. Now I'll talk very briefly about some of Aparna Sen's films. Aparna Sen began her career in cinema as an actress. When she was a teenager, she was cast by the noted filmmaker Satyajit Ray in Teen Konna, Three Women or Three Daughters, 1961. She went on to become the most popular female actor of Bengali cinema after Suchitra Sen. In her films as director, she's been associated with what's known as middle cinema, taking elements of the path-breaking new wave or parallel cinema, the films of Satyajit Ray and Hrithik Ghatak, and mixing them with elements of popular or commercial cinema. Most of her films have had a trigger in recent social and political events in India. Sati, 1989, the story of a differently abled woman married to a tree, was set in 1828, but was made 2 years after Roop Kanwar Sati in the Deorala district of Rajasthan. Mr. and Mrs. Iyer, 2002, which won the National Film Award for Best Direction, is an English language film about a Muslim photographer, Raja Chaudhary, Rahul Bose, and Meenakshi Iyer, played by Sen's daughter, Konkona Sen Sharma, a young Tamilian woman going to meet her husband with her child when their bus is hijacked by rioting Hindus. Initially, Meenakshi, a conservative Hindu Brahmin, wants to have nothing to do with Raja because he's Muslim. However, she gradually warms to him and even saves his life from the violent Hindu mob by saying that he is her husband. This film was made in the months following 9/11 in 2001 and 6 months before the Hindu-Muslim riots broke out in Gujarat. Sen's most recent film, Ghare Baire Aaj, 2019, Home and the World Today, a remake of Satyajit Ray's film Ghare Baire 1985, Home and the World, which was in turn based on Rabindranath Tagore's 1916 novel of the same name, shifts the historical setting from 19th century Bengal to contemporary India, and the focus from Tagore's complex critique of the rising Swadeshi movement in British India to the rise of saffron Hindu fundamentalism and the unconscionable incidents of Muslim lynching in today's India. Right, now I'm going to just begin my PPT. Right, can you see the PPT?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, can you see it now?
No, ma'am.
Shine, could you see if you can maybe show the PPT?
Definitely, ma'am. Just 1 sec.
Okay, I'll just keep talking and
Yes.
yeah. So the two films I'm going to discuss are Arshi Nagar and Zulfikar. I'll begin with Arshi Nagar. The layers of differentiation, hybridity, and localization that non-Western appropriations of Shakespeare foreground find expression in a recent Indian film, Aparna Sen's Bengali Arshi Nagar, City of Mirrors, based on Romeo and Juliet. This was released in 2015. The film, a regional language musical, draws on specific local and poetic traditions, even while foregrounding contemporary societal ills, corruption in business and politics, and communal disharmony. With its explicit politics, its clear critique of nationalism, its immersion in local cultural traditions, its use of transnational technologies such as music, dialogue in rhymed verse, choreography, and scenography that do not have even a pan-Indian, let alone global currency, this transnational work, I argue, problematizes the easy assumption of a global Shakespeare. Could you show the first slide, please, Shine? That's
Yes,
the poster of Arshi Nagar. I hope others can see it. Can people see it?
Just 1 sec.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope so.
Yeah. So if you can just click on, this is my title. If you just click on the second slide, that's the Arshi Nagar poster. Yeah, okay. And you see the two gangs here in black and in red. I'll talk about them in a minute. Okay. In Arshinagar, the Sutradhar or narrator cum choric figure, the roots of this go back to Sanskrit dramas. Shine, if you could go to the next slide. The puppeteer who doubles up as the nurse Fatima, this is Swagata Mukherjee as Fatima, says it is of no consequence where Arshinagar is, whether it be in Bihar or Bengal or Orissa. The critique is aimed at a pan-Indian corruption in business deals, the collusion of political power with real estate money, the use of fake religious sentiments to defraud the poor and the powerless, all a part of post-economically liberalized, almost globalized India. The retelling of the story of Romeo and Juliet becomes the tale of the Arshinagar neighbors, the Hindu Rono-Mitter. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. Yeah, the Hindu Rono-Mitter, Dev, who wants only to be a pop singer, and the Muslim Zulekha or Julie Khan, Ritika Sen, who sings Sufi songs with a background. This is Julie singing to Rono. There are the simple and somewhat stereotypical polarities of Muslim girl and Hindu boy, but rather than draw any cultural or religious distinctions, Sen makes it a point to say how similar are the two families, both gaining their wealth and social prestige from the construction business, both equally corrupt in their nefarious business deals. It is true that Rono's kafir status upsets Tayyib, Julie's cousin and the Tybalt figure, played by Dishu Sengupta, but that is less because of religious affiliations and more because Tayyib nurtures an incestuous passion for Julie. The Hindu Mitters and the Muslim Khans alike act in collusion with the local politicians. Religious sentiments are fanned. A Hindu temple is set ablaze. The police forces are intentionally delayed. And the slum Arshinagar is conveniently razed to the ground so that malls and swank housing complexes can come up, built by the companies of Mitta and Khan, and no adequate compensation need be paid to the slum dwellers for the loss of their homes and land. By working in flashback the story of the attachment between Julie's father, Sabir Khan Kaushik Sen, and Rono's mother, Madhu Dayashil, who could not marry because of the opposition of their families, Sen, Aparna Sen, wants to stress that nothing much has changed in the last 30 years. One could argue, however, that religion was a serious matter to Madhu's bigoted Hindu father, who threatened to hunt her out, kill her and her Muslim lover, and then himself if they eloped or got married. Whereas for Sabir Khan, Julie's father and Madhu's erstwhile lover, religion is the empty ritual of collective family namaz after his nephew Tayyib is murdered by Rono. As for Rono and Julie, religion is a complete non-issue, as exemplified with the ease with which Rono calls Julie Khan, offering it up almost as a sort of affectionate nickname, entirely devoid of menace or indeed of difference. Signifiers like religion have been emptied of significance for Sabir and Bishu Mitta, that's Rono's father's generation. The capitalist network ushered in by globalization and malls are an easily recognizable indicator of global forces, levels to the ground older affiliations of religion, caste, family, and community. I have to think of the others, the humble Arshinagar tea shop owner tells his wife. I cannot accept the compensation offered by the Khans and their offer of a tea shop in their mall. What have the others ever done for you? Scoffs his wife. This offer will help send your son to an English medium school. Take it. English language education, another marker of the upward mobility promised by globalization, is seen as something to be aspired to, and the offer of money, if accepted, breaks down old ties of community and solidarity that the slum dwellers have hitherto enjoyed, setting themselves up as the beleaguered but united poor, be they Hindu or Muslim, against the machinations of Kala Paisa Wala, people with black money. Juxtaposed against these markers of globalization and the obliteration of local and regional differences, Aparna Sen creates a fabric of dense topical allusions that brings to the fore an India rapidly being extinguished by the forces of money and political power, a new post-liberalization, almost globalized India that dazzles but denies equality and equity. Cultural appropriation as a mode is used as a means of calling attention to other kinds of appropriation, the grabbing of land from the rightful but impoverished owners by corrupt real estate tycoons in Arshinagar. There is also the wrongful appropriation of religious sentiments in order to create an artificial divide between Hindus and Muslims in the slums of Arshinagar. Technologies. A crucial part of the transnational process is the use of music, so integral to popular Indian cinema. This is a major marker of difference in this cinematic adaptation. The music of Aparna Sen's film is by Devajyoti Mishra, who chooses to go local with the use of baul music from the itinerant religious baul singers of rural Bengal, who are known for the freedom and spontaneity of their mystical verse. The mystical poet and songwriter Rabindranath Tagore was deeply influenced by the Bauls. Bauls are part of the Bhakti tradition. They're both Hindu, mainly Vaishnavites who worship the god Vishnu, and Muslim, influenced by the Sufi tradition. They exist in both West Bengal and Bangladesh. Elements of Tantra and even Buddhism has been found in their music. The music has been passed down orally till the end of the 19th century. The god that is visualized as a personal god resides within the individual and has an intimate relationship with the individual, human. Moner Manush, he is the person of my heart. The origin of the word baul is debated. It's appeared in Bengali texts from as far back as the 15th century. We can go to the next slide now, Shine. This is Parvati Baul, one of the few female baul singers in Bengal. It could also, the word baul could also be derived from the word bakul, meaning restless or agitated. As the flames rise from the temple that has been burnt down in Arshinagar, Parvati Baul, one of the few women baul singers, sings, Amar bhetor ami ke ta khobor rakhli na, e ami ke ta bolo na. You have never asked about the me that lives within the eye. Who is this me? Do you know? This points to the meaninglessness of religious structures like temples and mosques when the formless divinity resides within each individual. In addition, music director Mishra has duly learned Sufi Qawwali from her music teacher, who's also the schoolmaster of the Arshinagar school, Salim Master Salim Saab, the Friar Lawrence figure. Sufism is Islamic mysticism, and Qawwali is a form of Sufi Islamic devotional music popular in North India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Originally performed only at Sufi shrines or dargahs, the form now has a wide commercial audience. The origin of the word Qawwali is from the Arabic qaw, meaning utterance. Delhi's Sufi saint Amir Khusro is credited for having fused Persian, Arabic, Turkish, and Indian musical traditions in the late 13th century to create the Qawwali sung today. The song Julie sings in abandon, next slide please, to Rono says, next slide Shine, Takdeer ke panne palte na, tu kuch to lik ja Maula, tujhe kahan kahan main talash karu, mere yaar mein dikh ja Maula. Destiny can't be changed, but do overwrite it, oh my master. Where should I search for you? Show yourself in the face of your beloved, O master. The combination of the philosophical rather than religious strains with a baul, who sings of a formless divinity residing within each individual, the localized music of this film sets up a confluence of separate but syncretic music traditions that are a contrast to the differing religions of the two warring families, the Mithras and the Khans. Music not only brings the two lovers together, it suggests the possibility of peaceful coexistence between disparate traditions. Parvati Baul cast herself in the film is one of the few female Baul singers in Bengal, as mentioned earlier. She is a philosophical, mystical counter to the choric Fatima, a puppeteer who doubles up as Zuleika's nurse. I showed you her picture earlier. Both comment on the action. Note the use of both Muslim and Hindu choric commentators, one earthy and not averse to double entendre, the other deeply philosophical and spiritual, talking of the body as a tree in which the soul nests for a short time. In the prologue to the film, Fatima winks at the closeness of Shakespeare Saab's name with the word sex, the latter a Showpie winner in the entertainment sweepstakes. And Parvati Baul sings late 18th, early 19th century Baul poet, mystic, social reformer, and singer Lalun Shah Fakir's songs, talking of a self that overrides differences of gender, caste, and religion. In fact, the title of the film, Arshinagar, is from a song by Lalun Fakir. These songs have as their backdrop the vision of Arshinagar going up in the flames of communal violence, fanned by politicians and land sharks. Against these easily identifiable material markers of globalization is set the difficult and profound task of looking inward to find truth. Now, another innovative transnational technology used by Aparna Sen is to adopt the Bengali tradition of Kobi Gan or Kobil Lodai, impromptu verbal poetic contests held entirely in extempore verse to decide the most powerful poet. By framing the dialogue of a film entirely in rhymed verse, but a verse that is supple, colloquial, and contemporary, and has a liberal dose of Hindi, Urdu, and English words thrown in with the Bengali, Aparna Sen does something that no other filmmaker in Bengal, apart from Satyajit Ray, has done. That is, compose all the dialogues entirely in rhymed verse. I'll give you a very small example. When Rono meets Tayeb in the film to settle a dispute between the Khans and the Mitters, Tayeb exclaims in surprise at seeing Rono, "Are ke Rono, lover boy, flame duty phaki mere kaj korchish, eo ki hoy? Who do we have here? Rono, lover boy, shirking your lover's duty and working instead. Is this even possible?" Okay, the next slide, please, Shine. Cross-dressing, a motif, no, the one after this. Cross-dressing, a motif that, yeah, thank you. In Shakespeare's plays, particularly in the comedies, is a source of humor and the means to protect women and give them greater mobility, is here deployed to suggest the deceptiveness of appearance and the need to probe below the surface. The film ends with Zuleika in male Hindu garb of tunic, pajamas, and turban, shot by a crowd of Muslim mobsters. They think she's Hindu, he's a Hindu man. And Rono in burqa and hijab, killed by a crowd of Hindu goons on the rampage shouting Har Har Mahadev. Their story comes full circle. When they first met, Julie was in male garb, complete with mustache, preparing to act in a play to be held in her home. And Rono was disguised in a burqa and hijab, sneaking into a Muslim home to admire the girls. Among the various transnational technologies, of particular interest is the defamiliarization technique Aparna Sen adopts. Instead of conveying Shakespeare's play in the realist and naturalistic mode, typical of cinema, she emphasizes the stagey elements. The next slide, please. The film begins with the puppeteer who performs the function of the Sutradhar of Sanskrit theatre. She is the narrator. The actress then doubles up in the role of the nurse Fatima, a common practice in Shakespeare's time. The characters speak in rhymed verse and break into song. The fights between the two gangs, as you see here, are more like carefully choreographed dances, reminiscent of the just played Cool Boy dance in West Side Story, another cinematic adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. The gangs are inside in red, the Hindu boys, and black, Tayyib and his Muslim friends, adding to the stylized artificial effect. Even when Tayyib and his gang search for Rono, next slide please, and his friends in the grounds of their house, it is presented as a deer hunt, with the young men leaping and dancing in circles, with one of them, next slide, playing the deer with his fingers poised over his head to denote the horns. Next slide, Shine. Could we have the next slide? No, the one before this. No, before this, before. One before, yeah, this is it, okay? So he's acting like the deer. Scenography is not a term that is normally used for films. It denotes the design and painting of theatrical scenery on stage. Aparna Sen, however, chooses to use painted backdrops, next slide, in a scene rather than actual props or the shot of a cityscape. Julie's room has a painted shelf along with actual furniture. The scene outside the window in Rono's room has a painted Calcutta cityscape. When Julie and Rono imagine what their life in Mumbai would be like, they are shown, next slide, eating street food beside a painted ocean. Okay, you see the Mumbai cityscape and the painted ocean. With the use of scenography, Sen pays tribute to the theatrical source text, the Shakespeare play. Scenography also serves as an alienation effect designed to denote the quality of Arshinovo as a modern parable with elements of fantasy and with no fixed viewpoint, as Partho Chatterjee puts it. Now, we'll move on to the next film, that is Zulfikar. If you could show the next slide, please, Shine. The next slide, slide 14. Srijit Mukherjee's films are more mainstream commercial films and also bigger box office hits than the films of Aparna Sen. With his first film, Autograph 2010, Shine, please show the next slide. Srijit Mukherjee crafted the thinking person's commercial cinema in the story of a has-been actor who's offered the role of a lifetime, no doubt, a nod to Satyajit Ray's Nayok. He writes his own scripts and he's won multiple awards for his work, including national awards. His films too are part of the middle cinema as much as Aparna Sen's. Shine, could you show the next slide, please? If you can hear me, Shine, please show the next slide.
Yes, ma'am. I have changed to the next slide. One more?
No, just show the Zulfikar slide, the first Zulfikar slide. Okay, in Zulfikar 2016, Mukherjee treads new ground. His film is a combination of two Shakespeare plays, Julius Caesar and Antony and Cleopatra. Both these plays deal with Roman history and have as their main source Plutarch's Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, or Parallel Lives as it's sometimes called, written in 1st century AD, and translated into English by Thomas North in 1579. Shine, a lot of the participants are saying that they can't see the slides.
Dear participants, you have to pin username to Shine Anthony. You have to pin Shine Anthony within brackets presentation. Then you can see the PowerPoint. Dear participants, as ma'am faced some technical difficulties, I'm actually presenting the slides, only slides. So in case if you want to see the video feed of ma'am, you have to pin ma'am, or else if you want to see the presentation, you have to pin Shine Anthony within brackets presentation. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shine. The figures of ancient Romans and Egyptians are transplanted by Mukherjee to contemporary Kolkata, to seedy Muslim neighborhoods inhabited by smuggling gangs that rule the Kidipur docks. Participants are asking how do they pin you, Shine?
Dear participants, you can see a tab called users. There are two tabs basically. One is the user tab, another is the chat tab. If you click the user tab, you can see almost all the participants who are there in the webinar room. So you scroll down to Shine Anthony. It is in alphabetic order. So scroll down towards S and find, you can find two names, that is Shine Anthony, and there will be another user named Shine Anthony presentation. If you select the Shine Anthony presentation, you can see the presentation. If you select Shine Anthony, you won't see the presentation. Instead, you will see my video. So I request you to use either the presentation or the video audio feed of Mac. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Shine. So this is contemporary Kolkata ruled by the Bengal Syndicate. Mukherjee makes the syndicate an organization that works out of the Kidipur docks and engages in smuggling. However, in Kolkata, the real Bengal Syndicate is known for illegal real estate deals and collusion between members of the ruling political party and real estate contractors and businessmen. This was exposed in the collapse of the in-construction Vivekananda Road flyover in March 2016 that led to 50 deaths. In Mukherjee's film, the syndicate is equivalent to the Roman Senate in Shakespeare's play. No individual can be larger than the whole organization. If there is such an individual, he or she must die. Next slide, please, Shine. In this tightly knit band of brothers, women are mere accessories, as they are for the most part in Julius Caesar. The charismatic Zulfikar Ahmed, played by Prosenjit Chatterjee, Julius Caesar, is first among equals. He is a gangster and a smuggler, but he draws the line at engaging in drug dealing or terrorism. He works hard to improve the lot of the poor in his locality. As Caesar refused the crown 3 times, so Zulfikar refuses the offer of a ticket in the state election for MLA. The gang includes men of different faiths, so typical of Kolkata's liberal attitude towards religion. Next slide, please. Zulfikar's band includes his trusted friend Bashir, Brutus, Kaushik Sen, who's a staunch nationalist and cannot tolerate terrorism against the nation state. It also includes the Hindu, pan-chewing, safari suit-clad, slimy backstabber Kashinath Kundu. Next slide, please. Cassius, played by Jishu Sengupta, who's tired of playing second fiddle to Zulfikar, envies him, and plots his murder. Cheno Bablu, Ino Babas, Kanchan Mollik is another person in the gang. He switches sides and loyalties from Zulfikar to Kashinath to Akhtar, Zulfikar's nephew, without batting an eyelid. Kashinath convinces Bashir to join the group plotting Zulfikar's murder by planting false evidence to suggest that Zulfikar is letting terrorists into the country. Next slide, please. Srijit Mukherjee splits the character of Mark Antony into two. The speech-impaired, brawny Markaz Ali, played by Dev, represents Mark Antony, the soldier, and the Christian Tony Sebastian, played by Parambrata Chatterjee. Next slide, please, Shine. With his dreadlocks, his swinging cross pendant, and hip English, represents Mark Antony, the wily orator. Both have active love interests, so the reputation of Mark Antony as the legendary lover is represented by both. Mukherjee says that, quote, the character traits of Mark Antony and Julius Caesar are different from those in Antony and Cleopatra, end quote. So he felt justified in splitting the character into two. Marcus and Tony are inseparable childhood friends. Tony often translates Marcus's sign language for others. Cleopatra, next slide please, becomes the widowed Rani Talapatra, played by Nusrat Jahan, the owner of the Blue Nile bar. She and Marcus are lovers, but when Zulfikar helps pay her debts, she becomes his mistress. Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, who's had nightmares about the evil to befall him in Shakespeare's play, here becomes Zulfikar's wife Karishma, played by Pauli Dam, who snorts cocaine, cowers in her bedroom, and sees visions of burning men and tigers walking the streets of Kolkata. The incidents reported by Calpurnia to Caesar in an effort to dissuade him from going to the capital are here embodied. I quote, a lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned and yielded up their dead. Fierce, fiery warriors fight upon the clouds, which drizzled blood upon the capital. Next slide, please. The figure of Octavius Caesar is represented by Zulfikar's nephew Akhtar Ahmed, played by Ankush Hazra, who initially seems to be the usual clean-shaven, innocuous, guitar-strumming young man without a care in the world. But after his uncle's murder, he transforms into a wily, behind-the-scenes conspirator who successfully plots the end not just of those members of the syndicate who killed his uncle, but even those who were loyal to Zulfikar, Marcus, Tony, and Rani. He wants to remain the sole leader of the syndicate with no rival in sight. Next slide, please. Srijit Mukherjee cleverly alters Akhtar's appearance, in the course of the film. He grows a beard, lines his eyes with surma, dresses in Indian clothes rather than Western ones, and increasingly resembles his uncle, at least physically. Akhtar conspires with Cheno Bablu so that Marcus comes to see a video recording of Rani embracing Akhtar. Marcus blows his own brains out. Next slide. Rani later sits in a bathtub, the same bathtub in which the dead Marcus had fallen, full of water, and wraps electrical wires around her arm, shades of Cleopatra taking the asp to her breast in Shakespeare's play. Another arresting visual is the meeting between Bashir and Zulfikar's ghost, next slide, in a dream sequence set in verdant mountainous pastures near a riverbed. Caesar's ghost had come to Brutus to tell him that he would see him at Philippi, which is where Brutus is defeated and killed by the forces of Mark Antony and Octavius Caesar. This is one of the few scenes in the play in which we leave the cloistered and claustrophobic environs of the city. Now, the point of any successful adaptation is that the adaptation must stand on its own as an organic text. Fidelity to the source text is less important than the creation of a new and credible work of art. The capturing of the spirit or ethos of the source text is far more crucial than a mechanical reproduction of the source text in a new setting. Unfortunately, Zulfikar falls in the category of a lifeless adaptation. In Mukherjee's film, the dovetailing of the plot and characters with Shakespeare's plays is quite unnecessary. Rather than dissipating the audience's interest over a host of characters, Mukherjee would have done well to focus on a handful of them. The omission of the 15 years between the assassination of Julius Caesar, as described in that play, and the love affair between Mark Antony and Cleopatra, as recounted in Antony and Cleopatra, is a glaring gap. It's airily dismissed by Mukherjee, but the absence of these years leads to the completely inappropriate and unconvincing romancing of Marcus and Rani immediately after Zulfikar's murder. More importantly, Rani and Marcus are not two middle-aged lovers who deepen and make complex the notion of love, as do Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, but two figures who seem to be closer to Romeo and Juliet in age and temperament. Shakespeare has portrayed Antony and Cleopatra as two individuals with a strong sense of self, who occasionally see their love as a threat to their unique selfhood. They are unashamedly carnal, they bicker like alley cats, they continuously resist idealization of the emotion they experience, which is in its own way complex and genuine. Marcus and Rani exhibit none of this depth and resonance. Their relationship is skinny and superficial by contrast. Aparna Sen in Arshinagar makes excellent use of music to unravel her narrative and underline the importance of remembering a syncretic tradition of past. Music plays an important role in the evocation of the local as opposed to the homogenizing global in Sen's film. In Mukherjee's film, the music is used as in any other commercial Bengali film. Anupam Roy's music distracts rather than adds to the main storyline. The tension that is built up after the murder of Zulfikar is completely dissipated by a meaningless love duet, Katakuti Khala, playing noughts and crosses, picturized on Marcus and Rani soon after. While Sen criticizes the nefarious commercial deals of the new Kolkata and Arshinagar, Mukherjee is more interested in glamorizing crime and the underworld in his film. Next slide, please. He boasts in an interview that Zulfikar is the first Bengali film to deal with the underworld. It's a tribute to The Godfather. Never has anyone made a Bengali film set against the backdrop of the underworld. After seeing this film, one can probably understand why no Bengali filmmaker has done this, because Mukherjee's depiction of the underworld has none of the raw grit, slick editing, and rapid pace that films like Vishal Bhardwaj's Omkara, an adaptation of Othello, or even popular Hindi films like Johnny Gaddar have. For example, there's a scene where you have an endless chase and nobody is ever caught. I mean, that's hardly sort of, a slick gangster film. What Mukherjee does succeed in is in the portrayal of the city. Kolkata plays an important role in the film. Mukherjee spends quite a bit of time in his film mapping the physical details of the neighborhood the syndicate members live in, a low economic, mainly Muslim neighborhood housing sex workers and sleazy bars like the Blue Nile Bar. This is an environment very different from the middle-class Bhadralok drawing rooms portrayed in the films of Satyajit Ray. Next slide, please. In Zulfikar, there's a bike race, for example, that plays out in the dead of night on Kolkata's new flyovers, lit up with blue neon lights at night, the pride of the ruling Trinamool party. After the killing of Zulfikar, Markaz and Tony, next slide please, both repeatedly intoning Bashir Bhai kabhi galat nahi bolta, Bashir Bhai never lies, echoing Mark Antony's Brutus is an honorable man, in Caesar's funeral oration, managed to whip the crowd into a frenzy and begin a riot. Next slide, please. Let the party begin, says Tony, paraphrasing Mark Antony's cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. A gunfight breaks out between Markaz and Tony's supporters and those of Bashir and Kashinath. Next slide, please. Bullets are sprayed from buildings that have graceful wrought iron grills, as you see in the slide, representing Kolkata's colonial architecture, while the adjacent empty building lots, next slide please, where Bashir and his friends are fighting from, which will house the skyscrapers that dwarf and gradually replace the older Calcutta. So you have the juxtaposition of these two Calcuttas in this fight scene. The globalized world in this film is pictured through smuggling and possible terrorist infiltration and through the changing contours of the city. Sadly, the continuous harking back to the local and the regional as a counterbalance to the harmful homogenizing powers of globalization, as evoked in Aparna Sen's film, is here nowhere present. So in this paper, by way of conclusion, I want to see how we've seen how these two recent Bengali films challenge the notion of a global Shakespeare in various degrees. Arshinagar is more successful in this respect, even though it's a very flawed film, though one might argue that it is not as faithful to the original Shakespeare text as Srijit Mukherjee's Zulfikar. In Mukherjee's hands, however, fidelity becomes mechanical reproduction. It does not stand on its own as an independent and organic work of art. In Arshinagar, Aparna Sen's repeated invoking of local technologies, Kobi Gan, Sufi music, Baul music, that hark back to syncretic traditions in the Indian subcontinent, traditions in music and poetry that combine Hinduism and Islam in peaceable harmony, the adapted transnational Shakespeare text, while giving voice to the dispossessed, becomes a gentle call to peace and tolerance in these troubled times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dear participants, this is a time for discussions. You can take another 10 minutes to discuss any of the points or if you have any doubts to clarify.
Thank you so much, those of you who are thanking me for my presentation. Very kind of you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Ma'am, so can you just point out any one main difference in Sulfika movie of Julius Caesar by Shakespeare?
Sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, my trouble. Ma'am, is there any particular difference in the movie Sulfika while comparing with Julius Caesar?
Well, one major difference, as I mentioned, is that the character of Mark Antony is split into two characters, Marcus and Tony. Okay, and Zulfikar's wife is a drug addict. Obviously, Calpurnia is not. And these are, and of course, you have the gangster world rather than the world of the Roman Senate. But both, the similarity would be that these are both extremely political works. Both Zulfikar and Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, both extremely political.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. And so great of you by hearing your session.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I actually had a question.
Yes, please.
I hope I'm audible. Ma'am, the different industries in Indian film as an umbrella term has taken Shakespeare's stories and turned them into films. Like you mentioned a couple of Bengali movies, also there were a couple of them in Hindi. So have you noticed any difference in treatment when it comes to different languages having adopted them? For example, the way Shakespeare's drama has been treated by Bengali cinema and the ones that comes out in Bollywood.
See, a major difference in the treatment of older Bengali films like Granti Bilash, the remake of Comedy of Errors, and say Vishal Bhardwaj's Omkara or Makbul, is that, in Bhranti Bilash, there is a reverential attitude towards Shakespeare. But in the modern adaptations, the Shakespeare text is not seen as something sacrosanct. It is seen as something that anybody can play around with. Whereas Bidashagar, in his 19th century translation of Shakespeare, tries to stay as close and as faithful to the text as possible. He actually does a brilliant job, because even though he's faithful to the text, it also reads like a wonderful Bengali play. The situations, the domestic squabbles, the attachment between husband and his sister-in-law, the attachment of Bengali women towards gold ornaments, all of that is wonderfully portrayed. Okay, the master-slave relationship between the Antipholus brothers and the Dromio brothers. So, but a major difference would be that there is no reverential attitude towards Shakespeare in current or contemporary adaptations of Shakespeare. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really interesting. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I believe that there is. Yeah. Hello. Yes. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, dear participants. We are moving to the. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Carry on, please.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Hi, ma'am. It was a wonderful session.
Thank you.
You were talking about the reverential attitude towards Shakespearean plays.
Yes.
But then when it comes to Omkara, Makbul, or Haider, it actually suits the contemporary situation where people can relate to many things. So when we actually plant it into such a situation, it becomes a kind of trans creation. We cannot say that it's kind of somewhere inferior, because the portrayal of the characters, it takes up the essence of Shakespearean characters. If you see, I forgot the character name in Haider. The character played by Tabu, and again in Makbul, the character played by Tabu, she has taken the essence of the Shakespearean characters. So, what's your take on that?
See, what I've been trying to sort of expose or explode in the course of my presentation is these notions of essences. See, if we want to reduce a work of art to a single essence, it becomes very boring and monotonous. You know, I think the more effective the work of art, the more inspiring it is to have us take departures from it. You know, that's why he can set Omkara in the UP hinterland. All right,
Yes,
Bhargava
yeah.
can do that. That's why the Bhranti Bilash can be set in a completely domestic Bengali household and not look at all out of place. Comedy of errors. Okay. Remember that even when Shakespeare was talking about the Romans and the Greeks, he was making the characters completely come alive and be identifiable. You know, I don't think the characters ever thought, oh, this is Julius Caesar. Oh, no. How can I ever access, you know? He makes them all come to life. Similarly, successful adaptations completely renew these plays and reinterpret them. You know, so I think the more unfaithful the adaptation is to the source text, the better it is in my eyes. You know,
Okay. That's a different perspective.
You have to make a new work out of it. You know, if you're just putting on screen what you can read in the Arden edition of Shakespeare, why would anybody go to see your film? There has to be something new in it, right? What do you understand of Shakespeare? How you would see him relating to the concerns of our everyday life today, you know, be it terrorism, be it gangsterism, be it communal disharmony, all of these things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, carry on, please.
Ma'am, I would like to take a suggestion from you regarding the human values portrayed by Shakespeare.
Sorry, your voice is breaking. Could you please repeat your question?
No, the human values as portrayed by Shakespeare.
Yes.
I just want to know how far they have been highlighted in the movies.
Well,
human
I think in Zulfikar, you know, when Srijit Mukherjee makes makes Zulfikar draw the line at drug smuggling.
Yes.
I think he is, you know, trying to give him some of that integrity that Julius Caesar had. You know, Caesar, despite his ambition, did after all refuse the crown. He didn't want to turn democracy into monarchy. So I think in that sense, you do. Where I think Mukherjee does not succeed is in trying to recapture the resonance of the love affair between Antony and Cleopatra. He just can't seem to do it. It appears very superficial, the relationship between Rani and Markaz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are short of time. And I know that Professor Shoshmita Pancha, she is one of the best speaker in Shakespeare.
My name is Shormishta.
Shormishta. I always pronounce it wrongly. I'm really sorry. Shormishta. Yeah. Shormishta, I still remember that with my cousin Jewel, I met her for the first time. I mean, from that onwards, I believe that I had seen a lot of speeches of her, and I believe that out of the all the sessions that we had, all the sessions were best of the best, and afternoons especially it creates a lot of disturbance for the people. Maybe after the good lunch, it will be too difficult for us to hear to his speech, but I am quite sure that you have enjoyed the last 1.5 hours. I'm definitely sure that she is the best in the nation itself. So on behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English and Albasian Center for Human Resource Development and Research, I request Professor Dilma Kurian, Assistant Professor in PG Department of English, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Dilma.
Hello, good evening all. Hope I am audible.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is Dilna, Assistant Professor at the Postgraduate Department of English, St. Edward's College, Autonomous. On behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English and St. Edward's College, I would like to thank Professor Shormishta Pancha, Professor of English and formerly Joint Director, Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi, for her session on contemporary Shakespeare to recent Bengali cinematic adaptations, Arshinagar and Sulfika. We know that we are actually physically locked up, but we are actually privileged to have such platforms where ideas and thoughts are magically unleashed without boundaries. Thank you, ma'am, for such a luminous session exploring transnational dimensions of Shakespeare, elucidating the necessity of non-Western appropriations of Shakespeare in contemporary cinema, and that of challenging a global Shakespeare. Once again, I thank Professor Shaw on behalf of my department and college. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your technical assistance. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and it's our pleasure that we could host you for that day. Thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of all the participants, I thank once again. Thank you very much.
Shine, sir.
Yeah, बोलिए जी. Yasmin, Professor Yasmin, you can share.
See, I could not connect you. That's why I got connected through my Mrs. phone.
No issues.
Are you going to issue the certificates?
The purpose of our program is sharing of knowledge. Definitely, after the process, after all the sessions, there will be a feedback form which will be sent to you. You can respond to that. Please don't interrupt in between. We have one more session, so request all the participants to mute yourself. Request all the participants to mute yourself. Request all the participants to mute yourself. Once again, Show Mishra ma'am, thank you very much. We are moving to the last session of the day. Request all the participants to mute. Last session of the day by Dr. Vijay. He's already in the webinar room. He will be discussing on the threatening reality and humanism, a rereading of Shanish Ashburn's Virtues. And I request Professor Daisy to introduce him and welcome him. Over to you, Professor Daisy.
Good evening, everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Digvijay Pandya, Associate Professor of English, Lovely Professional University, Punjab. As mentioned by Shine sir, Dr. Digvijay Pandya will be speaking on Threatening Reality and Humanism, a rereading of Chinua Achebe's Vultures. Dr. Digvijay Pandya, we are extremely happy that you accepted our invitation, even though it was at a very short notice. Please start the session.
Thank you very much. At first, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Albertian Center for Human Resource Development and Research, St. Albert's College, for inviting me to share my views in this international seminar on contemporary analytical discourses of English literature through this video meeting that is what the changing face of higher education. Thank you once again. The topic that I have selected for the occasion is Threatening Reality and Humanism, a rereading of Chinua Achebe's Vultures. It is a poem. Before diving into the text in search of gathering new pulse of meanings relevant to the present condition of worldwide crisis, let's have a quick look of the two terms which I have used in the title, Threatening Reality and Humanism, respectively. What is the threatening reality in the present context? The threatening reality, as you all are well aware of, is the global crisis caused by the pandemic of COVID-19, which leads to the question that what are the threatening facts which have frightened the whole of the humanity? The noteworthy points are around 5.5 million infected people throughout the world by this disease, approx 3.5 lakhs deaths, the projected loss of around 0.4% in the GDP of world's major economies, that is estimated around $21 trillion US. Form of global threat around 13 to 32%.
Hello, doctor. 1 second. Doctor, one second. My dear participants, one of the one of the audio device is on. That's why the device is not, his audio is not clear. I request all the participants to mute yourself, or else it will be difficult for you to clear properly. And not to you, sir. It's to the other participants. It's not to the speaker. Not to the speaker, to the other participants.
I too am not so well versed in handling the technology, but still, perhaps I thought that my voice is echoing and I am not properly audible.
Yeah, your voice is echoing because some of the mic is on.
Okay.
So request all the
I request all the participants kindly switch off your mics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So so is there someone else who is there in your room where one of the
no one is there. No one is there. I'm all alone.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Over to you, sir.
So we were talking about the facts which are related with this crisis period, and as I have told you that the loss of economy is somewhere around 21 trillion US dollars, and moreover there was a global loss of trade around 13 to 32%, and that would directly result into global job crisis. In the light of these facts, if we take single example of USA, then you would wonder to know that nearly 3.5 million people have officially declared online about their unemployment to the government. 3.5 million people. Just imagine the number. And what is more shocking to know that at the end of the third week of May, this month, there were another 6.6 million people who are recorded searching for new jobs online. This is what the scene of the most powerful economy of this world, USA. I think it truly represents the approaching crisis in the public and private sectors, and no one would be able to escape from the adverse effects of the pandemic hovering on us. It is rightly said that misfortune never comes alone. Every business, public and private sector, lower, middle, or higher class of society got badly affected by it. But in the chaos, there are some signs of relief also. Something that is bad for one is not necessarily be the same for the other. And it proves right when we look at the positive effects of the pandemic on the global environment. The silver of good news is that there is a marked decrease in the rate of global carbon emission. The air pollution, the water pollution, these are reduced. Now, air is less polluted, water is less polluted, and it's something very pleasant. If we look at the pandemic through this angle, we can say that nature is smiling, birds are chirping, animals have taken a sigh of relief. What a pleasant picture of our beloved planet Earth. Humanism, that is what the second term used by me, having its roots in northern Italy during the 13th and 14th century, exactly talks about the same type of environment of love, peace, and togetherness. On ethical grounds, it suggests abstaining from conducts injurious to life and the physical well-being of persons, of any kind, behavioral and corporal misconducts, violence, falsehood, fraud, deception, use of mind-bending drugs, etc. Humanitas meet the development of human virtue in all its forms to its fullest extent. The term that implied such qualities as understanding, benevolence, compassion, mercy, etc. So, in nutshell, we can say that human existence would only be meaningful if we could not only possess but reflect humanistic feelings to our words and deeds towards the whole of the living entities. Moving ahead from the tongues, now let me throw light on the poem Vultures. Why have I picked only this one? It is written by Chinua Achebe in 1971 and published in the collection of poems titled Beware Soul Brother. First of all, talking about the writer, he was born in the village of Ogidi, Nigeria. He is a Nigerian writer in the Western Africa in 1931. He was brought up as a Christian, though he belonged to the Igbo tribe. His rearing was of that kind. He taught in many American universities. His novels, other than a poet, he was a novelist also, and his novels are well known for the depiction of adverse effects of European culture on African society. The present poem compares vultures to a Nazi commandant who is as greedy and ruthless, living on the miseries of the helpless as those creatures live on the dead carcasses. This way, the poem will exhibit Achebe's war experiences. The poem begins with a bleak and obnoxious description of a pair of vultures. I would like to read the opening lines of the same. Let me go through the lines so that we can understand it in a better way. In the grayness and drizzle of one despondent dawn, unstirred by harbingers of sunbreak. This is what the opening line. In the grayness and drizzle of one despondent dawn, unstirred by harbingers of sunbreak. This is how Achebe marks the beginning, where the word grayness creates an environment of dullness on the one hand, and on the other, you can say that the use of alliterative line, there is a use of alliteration, a literary device, drizzle on one despondent dawn, the sound is repeating. This alliterative line heightens the sense of grimness or gloominess. So, the imagery presented in the very opening of the poem suggests a type of haziness, a type of sadness surrounds the reader. Further, in the same paragraph, he says, a vulture perching high on broken bones of a dead tree, nestled close to his mate, his smooth, bashed-in head, a pebbled on a stem rooted in a dump of gross feathers. Now, in the statement further, the words which need to be noted down are broken bones, dead trees, bashed in head, and dump of gross feathers. These are metaphorically used to describe the ugliness of the vulture. Means the appearance of these creatures is not good. They are too ugly. The imagery describes them as disgusting, filthy looking, coarse, and unexpected creatures. They are unwelcomed. The atmosphere takes the readers into the state of utter darkness, where everything seems as malevolent as death. The only point of something pleasing or pleasant that human appeared by the end of the last paragraph, means the last part of this particular paragraph, that is, inclined affectionately to hers. Inclined affectionately to hers. This gesture of affection in the middle of such a depressing imagery is unexpected. Here comes the point where we got perplexed and HP bounds us to think about the possibility of something good surrounded by evil. Their appearance doesn't suggest anything good. The description of the head of that vulture bashed and broken bones, that tree. Thereafter, apple on a stem, rooted in a dump gross feathers. Everything is unpleasant except this very note, the bit of pleasantness, that affection, which is what a humanistic feeling. Only because of this very reference, we say that yes, something good is there in the whole of the imagery. They are showing affection to each other. It is pleasant, isolating, and quite humanistic, arousing the feeling of love, happiness, care, belongingness in every heart. This is the point that connects with the contemporary situation, with reminding of unexpected, unwanted, unpredictable, mundane realities which have startled the whole of mankind. And this whole scenario of harsh reality, the crisis is caused by the pandemic. We too are in the same type of unwanted situation, unexpected situation. It is as similar to the green facts that we have discussed in the initial part of my lecture, where I shared a couple of data related with the period of this pandemic and some good news, some positive news followed by that regarding the improvisation of overall earthly environment. That is the bunch of bad and unwelcoming news with a hint of goodness, the way these vultures been presented. There, the writer at first talked about the appearance and all, which wasn't pleasant, but with a little bit of goodness showed in their affectionate behavior towards each other. Now, moving forward, in the next para, or in the next part of this particular paragraph, he says that yesterday they picked the eyes of a swollen corpse in a water-lodged trench and ate the things in its bowl. Full gorge, they choose their roost, keeping the hollow remnant in easy range of cold telescopic eyes. Look at the way he ends the paragraph, the first paragraph. Now, the line suggests the grotesque reality of the true nature of such creatures. Now, earlier, we have seen their appearance, their outward appearance. Now, the writer has talked about their deeds. The mildness with which we were made aware through the use of the word affectionately, the goodness or rather softness, love doesn't share the large portion of their nature and deeds. They were what? A tiny part. They were creating a tiny part of their nature. Here, the poet marks it implicitly clear that their deeds are as ugly and heinous as their looks. We can compare the situation with a black sheet with a single tiny white dot or spot at the middle. How would it look like? Exactly in the same way, the whole of the personality of this creature, externally and internally, is as dark, as black as the black sheet. But the point of with the white dot at the middle, just like the very expression of affection at the core. Earlier, Ajay talked about their gross appearance, how he showed the nature of their deeds. They are not only ugly, as I just mentioned, from outside, but from inside also. Moving ahead, in the next part, this is how the first paragraph of the poem ends. In the next paragraph, HP personifies the feeling of love. Another literary device, personification, is used. Love is being adorned with the humanistic characteristics. It gives the message that even the cruelest of hearts may possess some goodness. Now, at this point, I would like to share one video. Before that, let me read the lines. Strange indeed, how love in other ways so particular will take a corner in that carnal house, tidy it and coil up there, perhaps even fall asleep, her face turned to the wall. Now, look at love, carnal house, the place where diseased are kept, their bodies are kept. In such a kind of environment around, love steps into the heart. The heart is called here carnal house. And by the end, what he says, her face turned to the wall, as if that very feeling of goodness doesn't want to be affected by anything bad. That too is very much present there. Love is quite happy in its corner and doesn't want to get affected by anything else. So now, after this, I would like to, as I told you, that I would like to share one video, a very short video of 1 or 2 minutes. Here it is. I hope it is visible. Let me start it from the beginning so that if anyone has missed any part. Thank you very much. It was a brief video, a very short one without any audio, only a background of music was there. I hope that everyone got the idea. You must have recognized the personality in the video. Yes, he is none other than one of the cruelest dictators of the world. How well the example of vultures suits the nature of his personality. Now, in the video, the one who loves his pets so much, who spends time with animals, who cares for them. Isn't it something good that perhaps lies within his heart. The carnal house, the same who is ruthless, who doesn't know the meaning of mercy, who is, as I just mentioned, one of the cruelest of dictators. How can he reflect that type of feeling? That is exactly the same. The imagery of vulture presents the same. He was as ugly, ruthless, and remorseless as these vultures are. But he too had a heart full of love for those down animals. It represents an absolutely different image of the dictator. And surprisingly, it's quite pleasant. I hope most of you would have agreed with my opinion. Yes, we don't feel bad after watching the video. Now, getting back to the point. Further, in the next stanza, HP seems to make a comparison of a commandant at Belsen, which was the Nazi concentration camp during World War II, and not less than any hell for the Jews and other war prisoners. It is said that more than 50,000 people were killed brutally and incinerated there. What else could be the height of atrocity and inhumanity? HB gives the reference of the commandant in such a way that, let me read from the text. He says, thus the commandant at Belsen camp going home for the day with fumes of human roast clinging rebelliously to his hairy nostrils, will stop at the wayside sweet shop and pick up a chocolate for his tender offspring, waiting at home for daddy's return. Words to be noted here are fumes of human roast, rebelliously, especially these two, one phrase and one word, which reminds us of the cruelness and inhuman acts of the commandant. Something bad, something evil attached or reflects in his personality. And a few more words like tender and daddy connects us with the bright and positive side of his personality, where he exhibits the most cherished humanistic feelings, just like the vultures. Other than their outward ugliness, the ugliness of their deeds, ruthlessness, the very moment of love that they exchanged, the feeling of affection. In the same way, the commandant who used to get involved in killing numerous people as a day job. That's what his work, that's what his job. And you can imagine the level of roughness, the level of harshness, cruelty buried there in his heart that enabled him to do atrocities which are inexpressible. That type of person shows care, thinks about relations, and stops to buy a chocolate for his child with the idea that he or she might be waiting for him. So that is the same like a black sheet with a white dot. Just like the vultures, which were shown inclined towards each other affectionately, this commanded too, who is otherwise thoroughly inhuman and cruel, shows the touch of humanity in the form of care for his child. So we can say that the first imagery of vulture and the second one of this commanded are presented in a comparative manner and fulfills the same objective of otherwise condition of evil or bad with a bit of humanity inside, bit of goodness inside. The concluding line or the concluding paragraph of this poem says, by the end of the poem, H.P. says, is bounteous providence, if you will, that grants even an augur a tiny glowworm tenderness encapsulated in icy caverns of a cruel heart, or else despair, for in the very germ of that kindled love is lodged the perpetuity of evil. In these concluding lines, H.P. left the readers to weigh and decide between the conditions of evil with some goodness of soul, or the good enveloping the absolute evilness within. Thus, the poem ends, leaving the unanswered question at the disposal of the readers, which is quite pertinent in the present situation of world crisis. I hope all of you have very well remembered the video of the dictator's love for the dogs. Now I would like to make you look at an image with the same objective of contemplation. Just a minute. Let me share the image. No. Is it visible? Is it visible? Let me try once again.
Sir, visible. Proceed, sir.
Is it visible? Is the image visible to you?
Not yet, sir. Not yet, sir.
Perhaps there might be
not visible.
some technical issues.
Yeah.
Actually, the image which I would like to share with you is the image of bullfighting, where a bull is down on the ground and the bullfighter is just irritating the animal, and you can very well found numerous such images there on the net where people they are misbehaving with the animals and others. Okay, so the aim of sharing that image with you is you can say that a man looking like a gentleman, perhaps he in the image he was trying to showcase his talent, okay, through agitating the bull. He is neither insane nor uncivilized. He is the symbol of all the good, sophisticated, civilized people of the society. But the evil which might be lurking in his heart has shown its true face in his deeds. Just like the deeds of vultures, the deeds of this commandant, they doesn't go with the type of affection or care he showed in the very act of purchasing a chocolate for his kid, for his child. So now with this, I would like to know your opinion. What do you think? Do you feel like that? What gives relief to your eyes? A dictator spending time with his animals, showing affection, gentleness, kindness, love, or a gentleman misbehaving with animals. The scene of a thoroughly evil person with a touch of humanity, or the gentleman exhibiting inhumanity towards them. Eventually, I think that the first stanza of the poem is a metaphor for the predominant personality of the commandant, and that is the reason it dominates rest of the imagery and ideas depicted in the poem. In the third stanza, let me brief it out. In the third stanza, particularly the scene with his child represents a comparatively smaller portion of the poem, which metaphorically exhibits his humanistic side and feelings. H.P.'s perfection of poetry or poetic art is at its best in the poem. He at first creates a green image, leading the readers into the valley of sadness and hopelessness, then creates a ray of hope in the second and third stanza. Conclusively, he ends on the sour note, reminding the vainness of the situation. After going through the reality presented by H.P. in the poem, I would conclude that above monetary benefits, successful and bright career, all luxurious lifestyle, and numerous items of comfort, we have to enliven humanity within us. This planet and all the other living entities have an equal right to live and enjoy the moments of exuberance provided by the Mother Nature. Where the crisis of COVID-19 reminds us of our place before the will of Almighty God, it also taught us the importance of relation, family, and humanity for a complete life. Thank you all for sparing your valuable time to listen to me. I hope my lecture has made some sense in the context. Thank you once again. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. If any of the participants would like to ask questions or discuss anything, you're free to do so now.
But before that, I would say that there's a meeting that which is very important to attend for me. So better make it quick,
Yes, yes, yes.
please.
Participants, please, if you have any question, otherwise we can wind up. I think we don't have any questions as of now. So I would like to, I think, sir, you can see all the comments in the chat box. All are impressed by your lecture, and they have said
My
that it's
pleasure.
very much relevant to the present situation. And I would like to give a vote of thanks formally for inviting our, I mean, for accepting the invitation.
My
And
pleasure.
I know you were very busy. You just came out of a class and you're going for a meeting. And thank
Yes,
you
actually,
very much.
universities, you know that universities are online now, so
Yeah.
there's no such time bondage.
Yes, sir. All the appreciations are coming online. Please read the chat and you can see it there. And as I mentioned earlier, it was a very short notice of just 2 days, 2 or 3 days. And thank you very much for making it so relevant. And I think everybody enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Hope to associate with you once again another time. And I would like to thank all the participants for being patient, though we had some technical issues in the beginning in the morning. And I saw that morning session, it was like 250. The full Google Meet was full. We were unable to stream it in YouTube. Yeah, but the recorded version of the entire session from morning till evening will be available to the in the registered email. Okay, a copy will be sent to all the resource person, the speakers also. And I hope we can come up with another webinar which will be fruitful to enhance your knowledge. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sir, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a
And
lot.
thank you, participants.
Thank you
Yes,
very
send
much
the
for inviting
e-certificate.
me once again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The e-cert
Thank you very much.
certificates. Yeah, thank you. Over to Shine, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Daisy. My dear participants, it's a lengthy day, and we had nearly 6 talks, starting with the introduction to contemporary analytical discourse of English literature by Professor Daisy Roshan Libera, who heads the PG Department of English in here in St. Albert's College Autonomous, and followed by our Professor Masroor Shahid Hossain from Bangladesh, Dhaka, who shared about the creative uh, tactile reading, which was wonderful and which was an eye opener for many. And later, followed by R. Ranjini Selvarani, who spoke on magic realism, which made us to travel to the world of magics. And later that, in the forenoon last session, we had our eminent professor, Professor Abdur Rahim Kidwaisab, who shared about literary Orientalism in the British Romantic poetry. And in the post-lunch, the first talk, Professor Shormishta Pancha, she took us from the Shakespeare's world to the contemporary Shakespeare's world. And it was a wonderful session. And in the last, the best treat, the threatening reality and the humanism, which was shared by Dr. Digvijay Pandya. And I believe that this was one of the best seminars that we could host in St. Albert's College Autonomous. And from the last 2 months, we are hosting a lot of programs here in St. Albert's. In case if you would like to know more about programs in St. Albert's College that we host, please follow the website elearning.alberts.edu.in. I'm sure that we faced a lot of issues in the morning session. I believe that out of 358 participants, nearly 100 plus participants had missed a wonderful opportunity. But I assure you that you will all receive the recorded versions of the all the 6 sessions. You will receive the entire video from morning 9:45 till 5 in the evening. So don't worry on that part. This is not going to, I assure all the other participants who are not here that they will also get the link of the recorded version. And once again, on behalf of the Postgraduate Department of English and I share the responsibility of human resource development and research, basically the training and development section of St. Albert's College Autonomous. We have a series of series of webinars, and further we also have national as well as the international one-day full seminars. So there are two types in the series. There will be just 1 hour session per day, and it goes on. And we have completed 27 of Albertian Knowledge Series, which is 1 hour length program, and we had completed nearly 6 or 7 full day seminars. And we have planned for 2 more seminars in the coming week. And the first session that is going to happen is on faculty development program on commerce entirely. In case if you have any friends who is into the commerce field, please ask them to follow the page elearning.alberts.edu.in. I had seen that some of my fellow workers, fellow have shared the link in the chat box. It is elearning.alberts.edu.in, education edu.in, India, in. So once again, thank you very much for being with us. Good day. I will close the webinar room maybe by 15:10. You can share anything in between, and in case if you don't have, you can leave. You can leave the webinar room. The certificates will be shared to you, to all the participants. You will get a link where you can enter the details, and on the basis of that, you will receive the certificates. Maybe by tomorrow, because there is a limitation of sending emails per day, and we have crossed that limit for today. So don't worry on the aspects with regard to the certificates. It will be through the mail, through the registered mail. You are going to receive a form where you have to answer. Where you have to answer the basic things like your name, your designation, and so on. That's it. There is we have planned there won't be any further examinations as of now. In case if you have, in case if you have not registered, please contact hrdr@alberts.edu.in or 9895403578. In case if you have any questions or doubts, you can please feel free to ask.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
You are audible, ma'am. Carry on, please.
Yes, sir. Do we need to submit any feedback form now?
No, there is no feedback as of now. You will receive an email where you have to feed in the data. That's it.
Okay, sir. Thanks. Thank you for your honest reply. Thank you so much.
Shine, sir.
Hello.
Yes. Please carry on.
In the morning only I received your mail. So are you going to send me the mail regarding certificate? Because when I asked you to send me the link in the morning, then only I received the link just in the morning.
Have you registered?
Yeah, I have already registered, but you send me the mail in the morning itself.
Have you received YouTube link at the beginning?
Yeah.
So that means your mail is registered. You are a registered member. So for all the registered members who have received any mail from our college, you are going to receive the feedback form. Don't worry on that part.
Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Welcome. And I'm really sorry, and I would like to ask apologies for the technical glitch that happened in the morning. Yes, very good evening, ma'am. Carry on, please.
Sir, actually a friend of mine, he was not aware of this webinar. I shared the link this morning and he happened to join today only. What is the procedure, sir? Can you just repeat the WhatsApp number which he has to contact?
In case if anyone who have not yet registered, ask them to mail to hrdr@alberts.edu.in, hrdr@alberts standardbirds.edu.in. It is just shared in the chat box. Or you can contact me in the phone number that is provided in the poster. The email ID and other details are there in the poster itself.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Akku, I had noted your questions and appreciate that you had asked the questions to Professor Sushmita ma'am during the afternoon. I had noted that you have wonderful questions. Be tuned with our college website. I mean, do follow the college website, elearning.alberts.edu.in. You will receive the further information from the site. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The official process is completed. You can leave in case if you want. I will wind up the webinar room maybe by 15:10 or 15:15. Once again, thank you, everyone. I hope you all will join with the St. Albert's College in the future programs too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Shine, sir.
Yes, Boliji.
Anyway, you are having our this one emails now. So if any further programs are
yes.
there, can you send us intimation about it on our registered emails if possible?
I am
Is it
pleased to
possible?
do it, but I am pleased to do that because it's just a click away. But the only limitation for my personal email ID, I can send only 500 emails per day, and for in the registered email ID of the college, which is under the G Suite, we can send only 1,500. So that is the big issue that we are facing. I don't know how to deal with that. That's why I requested everyone to follow the college website.
Okay.
It's just a click away, but the only issue is that I have more than 10,000 plus email IDs to which I'm supposed to send. I don't know how to do that. I'm really confused on that part. I'm really sorry.
So when are you going to have next seminar?
The next webinar is scheduled on tomorrow. That is basically on management. That is something else. But with regard to the literature, we are planning to have in the second week of June. Sorry, end of second week of June.
Okay.
We have yet to announce the dates, but we have planned for a second week of June. We have planned for a webinar.
Okay, we'll try.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank
check
you.
your website. Definitely.
Thank you very much, Professor
I'm
Yasmin.
much pleased to be present for your seminar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Bodhi,
hello,
who
sir.
is this? Yeah, yes.
It's Akku.
Yeah,
It's
what's
Akku.
your name?
My name is
Yes,
Kartika.
Kartika. Yes, carry on, Kartika.
And I'm from
I
Kerala
know, I
itself.
could guess it out.
Okay. Okay, so that you told that the next webinar will be on the 3rd or 2nd week of June.
Yes.
So there will be a trouble for the Calicut University students that our online classes will be begin from the June 1st itself. I don't know whether you noticed it.
Yes. Even from June 1st onwards, our online classes will also start. So don't worry, we will be adjusting the time with regard to that. Don't worry.
That I have a small suggestion that can you please arrange this webinar on any Sundays?
Yes, on Saturdays. I mean, on Saturdays and Sundays, we will be.
No, sir, because on Saturday also is working day.
Okay, fine, right.
So if it is in Sunday, then all students of every university can come into our webinar and with grab so many knowledge and etc. No.
Definitely, Kartika will try. I mean, it's basically we fix the days based on two things. One, availability of the resource person. That is the first thing that we pay attention to.
I know.
Yeah, but I mean, your suggestion will be there in our mind, and it's well taken, Kartika. Thank you.
See, what the problem is, I really don't want to miss this webinar. That's why I'm just forcing you to please put it on Sunday itself. That's the matter for me.
Yes, I got it, Kartika, because when you asked questions to the ma'am, I could understand your interest towards the subjects. Thank you.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the participants. I will wind up the webinar room maybe by 17:15. Sorry, 17:15.
ഒരു ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടോ ഒരു യുദ്ധം കൂടി പൂർത്തിയായി.